Hello, 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 friends. We are back from our little hiatus. I feel like it's just been constantly leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back. But I'm here and I'm here to stay. And boy, do I have a crazy amount of funny, weird, silly, hilarious, and other synonyms for funny stories to share of the week-long Elvis bonanza that I have just experienced. I've got some things to show you all as well. Of course, we're going to do our usual thing of just like warming up and everything. I'm speaking of warm. It's so freaking hot here. It's currently our blazing Australian summer, and in this room, there is no airflow or ventilation, so you're going to see me become increasingly sweaty over the course of this stream. Just you know, look away. Look away. Okay, sorry. Too much Elvis the past week. Actually, that's not even possible. Just the right amount of Elvis, and yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like, I'll be trying to recall from memory what we got up to, but there's also a bunch of pictures and a couple of videos that I'm going to be posting periodically over the next few days to the server, etc., because while I was there, I did not account for the fact that my internet would not work at all, essentially. Not on the road, not in my cabin. The only time my internet even just slightly worked was when I was kind of in the main town area, because we're in this like rural town in New South Wales, and basically out in the sticks, away from civilization. And so it's kind of like, yeah, my internet was abysmal for the most part. And just on the occasion that it did work in cafes and stuff like that, I was like, okay, well, let's see if I can just reconnect to the world, basically the online world. And I sent you guys that little message as well. So I've got lots of stuff in the bank that I've saved up that I'm going to be posting. I don't want to like just dump it all on you guys at once. I'll try and spread it out. But I even took videos because like I was planning to stream, right? So then I was like, okay, if I can't stream, then I'll take some videos and then post them. But then I couldn't post them because I had no internet. So I just have these videos now that aren't really that helpful. But I gave like a little tour of my like house that I was staying in. It's more of a room than a house, really. And I took another video just talking to you guys casually in the car because I was like, I wanted to catch up. Anyway, even though those are kind of not that helpful anymore, I'll still post them eventually. Because yeah, I've got like fucking thousands of photos, probably, more or less, between myself and my auntie and some of my friends that I met while there. And I still need to get the rest of the photos. We kind of shared devices. My phone was pretty much like, usually it was dead because I'd used it all night to help me sleep because my auntie snores. And then in the morning, I didn't have any battery to actually like, you know, take photos and stuff. So I mostly used her phone. But yeah, all that stuff will be coming soon to a cinema near you. But anyway, I'll tell you guys about most of it anyway. So hopefully you can get the mental picture. And yeah, we're coming at you live back from my non-Elvis related house, unfortunately, in the same shirt that you guys all know and love. And yeah, so just please bear with me if I get increasingly overheated and flustered and don't know what to say. Because even though it's been a week, which feels like an eternity, like when you're away from the online space, you come back and it's like, what the hell? Dream is getting cancelled. Okay, anyway, we're not going to talk about that. But yeah, it's like, wow, so much has happened, both online and offline. And so, yeah, it's kind of like you guys will also need to fill me in on what I may have missed. Because I was literally like, I was off the grid. Like, I was not touching socials. I was not connected to any of the goings on in the online world. And so, yeah, there's stuff that I've been like trying to catch up on. Like, what the hell? What's all this about? Drama on Twitter, as there always is, and stuff like that. So, Jen broke her toe again. Oh my gosh. What the hell? Is she okay? How did that happen? I have a million questions. I hope she's all right. The same one? Different one? That's crazy. That's like a higher percentage of toes broken per person than usual. The same one. That's fucked. Yeah, that's rough. I hope she's not in too much pain because that does not sound fun. Yeah, that's awful. Like, honestly, the one time I like injured myself pretty badly was when I chipped my bone, like near my ankle. And I had to have crutches. And that was really, really annoying because they start to chafe under your arms, like eventually after using them for so long. And I was in primary school, so this was a very long time ago. But like, I remember once we had an assembly and I was called up to like the front of the assembly because I like had won an award or something like that. I know, look at me. But anyway, I had to climb a fuck ton of stairs with my crutches, and I was just like, oh, couldn't they just bring it down to me? You know what I mean? But I remember just like taking my sweet ass time going up these steps with the crutches, and yeah, just being like and embarrassed because I thought everyone was just watching me, like, you know, just very awkwardly try and make my way up these seemingly millions of stairs at the time. But I think if I were to go back to that school, it'd be like 4. But anyway, I hope Jen is okay. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad. It happened in the same way. I remember she stubbed her toe on the kitchen island, right? Something like that. And yeah, what can you really do unless you put like a safeguard around the bottom of it or something? Because damn, that's rough. Yeah, I wish her a speedy recovery and not a repeat offense. Third time is not the charm in this case. And so yeah. Anyway, how have you guys been? I hope no one else has stubbed their toes or gotten into any kind of altercations. No car dents like mine. And we're all feeling ready and back to our, you know, our scheduled programming, which is exciting. I saw a lot of performers in the past week, you know. There's basically like a million Elvises there, and they're all singing and dancing, and it makes me realize, oh yeah, I kind of like doing what I do here. You know, it's more than kind of, but it's like, it's a reminder of how fun it can be to just, well, not only shoot the shit with some really cool people, but like to be a little bit silly, put on a bit of a show. Kind of, I don't know, get involved in the kind of theater of it all. And yeah, I want to see if I can make that even more prevalent as we get back into streaming. So maybe more singing, maybe some dancing, I don't know. Maybe some acting. No, maybe not. We'll see. Some silliness and gags, of course. And just some more like, yeah, irreverent fun. That's my plan. My 2025 is going good so far. That's wonderful. I'm wishing the best, most thriving, most amazing 2025 for everyone. And yeah, you know, we're all going to thrive together. That's the plan. And just kick goals left, right, and center. That's kind of the MO for this year. And, you know, it's all of us. It's all of us. We're all in this together. High School Musical type beat. And yeah, I'm starting my year off pretty nicely too, with a bit of Elvis injected into my life. If you're an Elvis fan, Parks, New South Wales, Australia is the place to be. It's literally just like a mega dose of everything Elvis, partying out until like fucking past midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., you name it. And it's just like, it's incredible. What else can I even say? You guys will hopefully kind of see what I mean if you check out some of the pictures that I'll be posting shortly, probably after this stream. And so yeah, I don't know, it's a big event. It's one of the biggest in the world besides Graceland and, you know, Tupelo, places where Elvis actually lived. And one of the Elvis impersonators, or they like to be described as ETAs, Elvis tribute artist, he kind of said this place, the place that we were at, is kind of like the Disneyland for Elvis fans. And I could see why he made that comparison, because it's very true. Imagine a tiny little rural town with a population of like 15,000 being overrun with Elvis fans, Elvis impersonators, everything Elvis for a week straight, almost like doubling or tripling in size in terms of population. And yeah, just having a full-on Elvis festival, Elvis bonanza. And yeah, just take whatever image you have in your head and multiply it by 10,000, and that's kind of close-ish to how it is. It's a great time. I'm trying to get more people recruited to actually go, because they don't realize how good of a time it is. Like, I'm trying to get my mum, trying to get my other family members to join, because so far it's just my auntie and I. But no one really gives a fuck, so I'll get them one day, I swear. I'll have to make a deal or something, like, oh, if you come with me to Parks, then I'll come with you to ... For my brother or something, it might be a Taylor Swift competition. We'll see. So I don't know exactly how the connection to Elvis came to be. I swear it was written somewhere and I just forgot it. But it kind of just started as a small thing, and then more and more people started going every single year. And so now it's just become this huge thing that every single year more and more people start going. And this year, weirdly enough, there were lots of kids. There were like more kids than I'd ever seen before at this thing. And so it's kind of like, yeah, it's still introducing new generations of fans to Elvis, which is a sweet sentiment to think about. And yeah, like people come from all over Australia. Some people fly in. There was one guy when he was like singled out in the audience by one of the Elvises, because there are many. He said that he flew in from, I think it was Holland, which is incredible, right? Like to just fly internationally for this whole thing. Lots of people came from around Australia. I mean, personally, I drove with my auntie for 8.5 hours to get there. And so it's not unusual. It's not unusual to drive there with anyone. You know what I mean? It's like people had even longer drives than that, like from Adelaide, you know, in the state next door to mine. It's even longer. It's like 13 hours. Like the band, one of the main bands was from Adelaide. And so, yeah, they had a big tour bus, I believe. And they just took stops regularly and, yeah, had to leave very, very early in the morning. So it's like, it's crazy. It's a huge thing, even though most people, I think, if you're not really interested in Elvis, have never heard of it, which is fair enough because it's like, it's very kind of niche. But at the same time, when you're there, it doesn't feel niche at all. It feels like you're on another planet, to be frank. It's like everywhere you look and everywhere you go, what the hell? Computer, please behave. Everywhere you look, everywhere you go, it's just Elvis. Like they're playing Elvis songs. There's people dressed up as Elvis. They're selling Elvis memorabilia in all the shops. There's like murals of him on the walls. There's like art exhibitions. The big main stage, it's crazy. And so I can see a non-Elvis fan just being completely and utterly flabbergasted because, you know, there are people that just live in that town all year long. That's their place of residence permanently. And once a week, every year, there's just this crazy influx of people. Imagine your own town just suddenly being, let's say, tripled in terms of population and how crazy and chaotic that would be. In terms of like the planning and organizing, I'm really impressed with the kind of like the ways in which the infrastructure and like the kind of scheduling was done to keep things as free flowing as possible. There weren't many like, there wasn't that many like logistical issues, if that makes sense. And yeah, the murals are permanent. Can you believe it? They're permanent murals. And so I know that there are people that live in parks that are just like, oh, I fucking hate it every week, every year, this week of Elvis insanity. But I hope most of the people that actually live there kind of don't mind it. Because really, it's like, there's a fountain in the park that's the shape of a guitar. It's like spouting out water from like the little tuning parts in the guitar. There's multiple permanent Elvis murals on the sides of buildings and shit. And it's just crazy. It's like, it feels literally like, you know, an Elvis equivalent of like Dream World, Movie World and stuff like that. Yeah, actually, Weasel, you make a good point. I don't know if it should be Elvis's, Elvisy, Elvis because literally, yeah, it is multiple. When I say multiple, I mean like 50 to 75% of the people there are dressed like Elvis, including the women. You know, I saw lots of women like dressed up in the kind of jumpsuit look, just like tailored to their bodies specifically. And yeah, the shop owners do get a lot more business during that time of the year. Like I personally did a lot of op shopping. I have some of the stuff that I bought just behind me, which maybe I'll get to show you guys today. The rest is kind of in the main living area. And I also, guys, this is a nice little segue. I also bought 3. It's like 2.5 because one of them's really small. I bought 2.5 pieces of artwork. One from an art exhibition that I saw that I just fell in love with this piece of art and I thought I need to have this. And another piece of art that I've always wanted to get. And I might have to explain this, but I'm not sure if you guys have heard of like a caricature artist. I've always wanted to get a caricature drawn of myself. I've always been a little bit too like shy because I was like, oh God, you know, the point of a caricature is to take your own features and exaggerate them to a point of comedy, right? And I always thought, fuck, I don't want to be like done dirty. My skin was too thin to actually like ever go through with it, right? But this year there was a wonderful caricature artist like on the side street where all the people and the buskers and everything were just kind of set up, and I was kind of just watching, like very coyly, because I was like, oh, I'll just stand away, just admire from afar and see what happens, right? And as I was watching, he kind of approached me and was like, directly asked me, like, oh, would you like a drawing? And it was one of those moments where I was just like, okay, you know? And so I do have it right here. And I was thinking, you know, like if this isn't as interesting, or like if this isn't everyone's cup of tea, you don't really care about my state of apparel for these streams that we do, which is very fair enough. I figured why not add a little bit of sweetening to the pot, shall we say. And so once we finish this goal, whenever it may be, not only will, of course, we begin this challenge of a new outfit for every single stream for a year, mind you, I will also show you guys this incredible, I don't want to spoil it, caricature drawing that I got done, which, you know, people were walking by and saying, oh, that's so accurate. And I was like, I hope that's a compliment. And yeah, it's great. I'm eventually going to frame it and put it up somewhere. But because, you know, I literally just got home yesterday, I haven't really done much except unpack the essentials and just sleep, really, after the long drive, etc. And so, if you guys don't know what a caricature drawing is, I'll just Google it. It's kind of like, I'll show you. It's kind of like this. When you take someone's face and then you just exaggerate it, basically. So you can see here, The Rock, that's actually pretty good. Will Smith, who else have we got here? Mr. Bean. Right? And so it's like, it's a cartoon version that's meant to like retain the essence of someone's looks while also like kind of being a little bit funny as well. So you can see here, I think that's meant to be Scarlett Johansson. Sometimes they're not that flattering, right? They lean more into the comedy side and the exaggerated side than the accuracy side. Like this one seems very unflattering to poor beautiful ScarJo. But the artist that I saw was actually very, like, you know, very fair, I would say. And looking at it now, I also ended up getting like a colored version, which was nice. Because I think usually he does black and white for the price that I paid. But because we kind of just started chatting and like we started to get to know each other, before he knew it, he was already coloring in. It was like, oh, well, I usually charge way more for this, which maybe, you know, he says that to all the people, but I took him at his word and I was like, wow, thank you so much. Because, you know, I was ready and willing to just pay for whatever the standard thing was. But he ended up like making a very spectacular piece of artwork. And so you can see a little bit of the work here. Oh my God. But yeah, whenever we reach this goal up here, we will look at this together and you guys can judge for yourselves if it's accurate or not. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a very Mad magazine. That's right. And so, yeah, that's just like one of the amazing, interesting, cool things that was there. Like along the whole main street, there were people busking, people selling their wares. And yeah, in the park area, there were like a bunch of like pop-up stalls and markets that you could buy some cool like vintage clothings, Elvis related stuff, of course, food as well. Like there was a food truck there that sold typical carnival food as well. And I was trying to get like a corn dog. I tried to eat a corn dog every single day, but I only ate 3 corn dogs because I just love them so much. It made me feel so much like an NPC from like fucking Roller Coaster Tycoon, just to be holding a corn dog, walking around and eating it. And they're so delicious. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I had 3 corn dogs and it was the best. It was like so good every single time. And so yeah, they're like, we don't have them really here. Like I never have seen a corn dog in the shops, like at the supermarket or at the shopping centers. And so it was kind of like a rare carnival-esque treat. And I was like, oh yeah, this is mine. And so that was lots of fun. They had a whole host of different food cuisines, whatever strikes your fancy. And yeah, I don't know. In terms of pricing, it's a little bit premium, I would say. Except for like the op shops and stuff, which were extremely cheap. Like, holy shit. I ended up getting a lot of things just from like the $1 rack. Like a few different pieces of clothing were just literally so beautiful, and for $1, a single dollar. And yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it's insane. So I'll show you guys at least some of that stuff, if not in this stream, definitely in the next few. And so yeah, my auntie's just texting me. She's got the post-Parks blues, which is a real thing. So yeah, I don't know if this is just an Australian thing, but we don't really have corn dogs here, like in the supermarkets or the grocery stores. Maybe I just haven't checked hard enough, or like in the frozen section. But like, I was so delighted. Yeah, so an op shop is basically like a thrift store, and I've never seen a thrift store so cheap, because we have thrift stores here, like where I normally live, but they're usually not even that much cheaper than a normal store. You know what I mean? But this one was really like, holy shit, $1, $2. I got these really nice bowls and stuff for a couple bucks. I got some pieces of clothing for, yeah, for like $1 to $10, which I thought was absolute insanity. And I visited that shop a couple times actually over the few days, and it was great. It was fantastic. And so honestly, I should have invested in a fan because it's getting hot in here, as you guys can tell. But yeah, I also got to meet or re-meet from like last year some of the members of the band, some of the Elvisi that were there. And because I am friends with like one of the photographers, we kind of got a couple of little extra like backstage access things, if that makes sense. Like, for example, my auntie, she actually got to sneak in a couple of times, keep this between us, and she got to witness the rehearsal as well, because she just went in with our friend, the photographer, who has an all-access pass to literally go anywhere he wants. And so, like, that's when I was, like, out and about, which is fine with me. But it's, like, it's so nice. Like, everyone is very chilled there. Everyone's really sweet. I ended up writing a couple of days in my diary as well, so I might share that too. But, yeah, overall, if you guys are ever in Australia during that time, seriously, you need to check it out. It's really cool. Everyone's so nice. Everyone's so happy. I was talking about like the density or the percentage of people smiling there versus like in any other place. It's one of the highest, if not the highest, you know, just below maybe fucking Disney World. So everyone was having a good time. And surprisingly, it actually rained really heavily on one of the days for like an hour or so. And this is like a rural town in the middle of the, like, you know, scorching hot summer. This place never really gets rain, at least not like this. And, you know, all the park and everything was set up for all the musical events, all the market and stalls were set up. And so no one was expecting rain, but we got this monsoon, which was very surprising. No one knew what to do really. And so we had to scramble undercover. I was caught in the rain, though we did do like a really nice rain photo shoot, which I hope to see the photos of soon. And like, yeah, we had to, well, the event managers had to pack up everything, and like everyone, like thousands of people were just like scrambling to get inside because no one was expecting rain at all. And apparently like down here, there was also rain like a day later, but it was very strange. Climate change is upon us, guys. What can I really say? Like this rural town in like closer to the center of Australia, which is like, you know, usually the closer to the center you get, the hotter it is and like the less rain you get. Just the fact that it was bucketing down for like, you know, a good chunk of the day, like right in the middle of the day as well, was very surprising and not really expected. So yeah, that was interesting. I wonder if that will happen again next year. As for postcards, I didn't quite get my hands on too many postcards this year, but I did get a couple of other little, like I got a card that was advertising the art exhibition, which is really cool. It's got Elvis on it too. And so I will be able to send a couple of little trinkets out here and there with our next few competitions that we have. But they weren't, I don't think they was like just selling them this year, or they were selling them, but it was like, yeah, in a package or something that I didn't want to get the whole package just for the postcard. And so, yeah, I'll see if I can just provide some other little goodies because there was lots of cool things. that you could just take like I wonder if I still have this, the information booklet and stuff like that showed all the events that were going on, literally like hundreds of events every single day. And it's a bit hard to read, I'm not gonna lie. So that stuff is really cool memorabilia. And I even bought, what did I buy? I bought a couple of Elvis related things as well, so I can show you guys that soon. But yeah, anyway, oh my god, it was so much fun. And this is one of the things that I didn't appreciate. You might see me like scratching away. I did get bitten by a couple of mosquitoes, or mozzies as we call them here in Australia, on like the very first day. And they were massive. Like, I don't know if it was the brand of mosquito or my particular reaction to it, but I like swelled up like crazy. I got bitten on like my foot and a couple on my arms and stuff like that, and on the side of my leg. And usually when I get bitten, it's annoying, of course, and it's itchy, and the more you scratch it, the worse it looks. But I was trying my best not to scratch it, and my foot in particular swelled up like crazy and had this big lump. And so I was like, is this a mozzie or something else? Like, it could have been some other creature that bit me, but I was pretty sure it was a mosquito because I was sitting by the pool. I know, first world problems, right? And I was writing in my diary. And so because I was writing and pretty absorbed in my work, I didn't notice at the time that I was getting bitten. I didn't notice any bugs. I didn't feel anything, certainly not. And so it was only by the time I got back to the cabin with my auntie that I noticed, oh, I feel kind of itchy. Like, what is this feeling? And then looking down at my legs and being like, what the fuck? There's like this massive, I'm exaggerating here, but like this golf ball sized lump on my foot. And I was like, oh my God, what the hell? What is this? And, you know, there's a couple of medications that you can get that help it itch less, but I didn't have that on me. I wasn't expecting to get bitten. And so I just kind of had to be like, oh, don't scratch, because it was really, it was very demanding, you know. I've basically all healed up. I just have a bit of lingering itchiness in a couple of places. But yeah, I should have known better than to sit by the pool, because it's like, you know, a relatively still body of water that attracts those kinds of mosquitoes and stuff. And I didn't go back after that first day to the pool, so I didn't actually get bitten again. So I'm putting the one and one together and thinking that's probably where it happened. But yeah, it was just like, that was basically the only downside. Another downside was the fact that I did so much walking that I had blisters on my feet. But that was more of a poor choice of shoes on my behalf, because I wanted my shoes to match my outfit. So for the most part, I think if you wore actual good, comfortable, walkable shoes, then you'd be fine. But I was wearing these really pretty, like, dressy shoes because I wanted to look, you know, the Elvis part, and walking up and down the streets and stuff, and all about and especially because it's hot and you're sweating and there's like friction, it gets pretty gnarly, to put it lightly. And so, yeah, those were the only two things that I feel like I will hopefully do better next year. And yeah, because I'm already locked in for next year, guys. Like, it was quite funny as well with the poetry thing. If you guys don't know, like, when I went to Parks last year, I actually submitted a poem to a competition, which did not win, unfortunately. But I ended up getting a kind of message from a magazine editor that was there. And she was like, oh, we'd love to publish your poem and we'll pay you for it and stuff. And I was like, of course. And so you guys know it's the infamous whatever he did in those leather pants poem. And so this year I didn't submit anything, right? Because it was mainly, the reason I did it in the first place was because of you guys. Like, it was a goal that we had up here, and also it was just a promise that I made, you know. So I try to keep my promises where I can, and that's the whole reason I submitted it in the first place, because otherwise I'd be way too shy, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be just mortified to do such a thing, because you also have to recite it to a room full of people, which there's a video of on YouTube, but I think it's unlisted. And so, or is it? I don't even remember. But yeah, so like, I was petrified while doing it, and the only reason I even did it was because of you guys. But this year I didn't submit anything. I was like, oh, I don't really have anything else to say. That poem really summed it up, right? But I still met with the lady from last year who recognized me, crazily enough, and was like, oh, you didn't submit anything this year. I was disappointed to see that because we loved it. We loved it so much. And I was like, oh, that's very nice of you to say. And she was like, promise me. She made me swear that I would submit something next year. So as I just said, I like to keep my promises. So that means I'm basically guaranteed to going next year and having to come up with something else to write and submit, because she looked me in the eyes and made me swear. So now, I can't really go back on that. And yes, I did it because of peer pressure. That's exactly right. It was just like this funny falling into place, like the puzzle pieces falling into place moment, because like, weirdly enough, I had written the Elvis poem before even really knowing about Parks, if that makes sense. Like, I'd written it because I like Elvis and I like writing, it happens naturally that way. And then once we saw that Parks had a poetry competition, you guys were like, oh my God, you have to submit it. And I was like, oh, I don't really know. I don't really want to. I don't really know. And it was like, it was one of those things that I was tossing and turning over, because you guys know me. Usually I can be very shy, like very deathly shy. And so I was like, I don't really know if I want to do that. But we had a goal up here, and I think it was one of the largest donation goals that we'd ever had. It was the Parks Fund, essentially, to allow me to go with my auntie. And I was like, well, if we reach this goal, then I will submit the poem. I'll not only submit it, but I'll recite it at the place, which was... I was shaking. I was shaking so much that you could barely just hear what I was saying on the microphone. The video, oh my God. Anyway, and so we reached the goal, which was, I think it was about $1,000, which is an incredible honor to be like bestowed upon me by you guys. And I thought, well, it's literally the least I can do. And so we didn't really have a goal like that this year / the end of last year. And I didn't have a poem. That's the thing. Like, I didn't end up writing that poem for Parks. And so I don't know how I might go about it next year, but we'll see, because, Elvis he can be quite a muse, as in an inspiration. And I'm sure between now and next year, next January, I'll have something just bubble up from the primordial ooze type beat. And so, yeah, it was just very funny and very sweet. I thought that the lady might just be kind of flattering me, or like, kind of yanking my chain a little bit. But she sounded at least very sincere. And the fact that she remembered me was crazy, because to be honest, at the start when I saw her, I didn't really remember her. But that was because, in my defense, at the poetry competition, she was wearing this like kind of fake Priscilla wig. You know what I mean? Like the beehive look. And when I saw her this year, she wasn't wearing it. So I was like, you look familiar, But yeah, it was like, oh, that's where you're from, the poetry competition. And the fact that she said like, oh, I was waiting for you to submit this year was very like, I don't know, it was very sweet, and kind of like I was taken aback. That kind of kindness that is not like expected, but very, very much appreciated. And so now I kind of have to do something next year, because I don't want to be like letting her down, And so, yeah, you guys might have to help me with that as we continue traveling through this year. Have to come up with another Elvis related poem, which I don't really expect to win. Once I heard the kind of poem that got applause or like appreciation that last year, I realized that they're kind of going for more of a funny comedy limerick style versus a kind of like, I don't know, thirsty AF poem. Actually, the one that won was a little bit thirsty, but it was more like, it was almost like a nursery rhyme. But I understand that kind of thing has a function. It's easy to digest, easy to understand, easy to recite, and very kind of like light, fluffy, and delightful in the sense that it's like, cutesy and very playful. But my poem was like, it was abstract, grungy, like very kind of dripping with lust, and heading towards experimental territory. And so even if people could hear me through the shakiness of my voice, I imagine they might not understand what the fuck it even means, because it was very like, like a lot of my other poems, it has some level of obfuscation there. There's a layer of maybe abstractness between what I'm trying to say and how I'm saying it. And so, yeah. And yeah, I ended up getting it into that magazine, which is definitely not nothing. I was extremely gratified to be even asked, But in terms of like what I think might actually do well at the festival, it's a different vibe for sure. And it's the kind of vibe that can be easily understood by kids and, you know, the elderly alike. That kind of general wide net kind of feeling, if that even makes sense. But yeah. And yeah, Angry Moose, by the way, it's funny that you mentioned music because this sounds so crazy, but I actually ended up talking to a couple of the members in the main band. They're called the TIC band, which I used to remember what that stood for, but I can't remember what it stands for now. It's like the International Cuties, something. No, it's like, I can't remember. But yeah, it's like, I ended up talking to some of the backup singers, for example, and he was so sweet, literally the most beautiful soul ever. His name, funnily enough, is actually Vito, which is such a cool name, Vito. And he's like the kind of bass voice backup singer, so he goes really low, like lower than you would expect someone to sing, right? And he was like, just talking to me about music in general. He was like saying, oh, we should collaborate and stuff. He wanted to check out my website and my YouTube channel. And that was very sweet of him because, you know, he's a very popular guy. And anytime we were talking, we were kind of just like interrupted by someone coming up to him and being like, man, Vito, you're the best. You're amazing. And I'm just standing there like, I know, right? How good is he? But yeah, from the TIC band. TIC, like this. He's also in another band called Jungle Juice with 2 O's for juice. And yeah, he's just so cool. And he was very sweet in like kind of, you know, offering up a little bit of advice because he's like, I don't know how old he is, but he's a professional in his field, an incredible singer. And the fact that he even wanted to stop and chat was very lovely. And yeah, he's making Cherry blush. Honestly, I think my auntie had a crush on him. My auntie also talked to him for a while too. And yeah, it was kind of just like this crazy thing to be surrounded by performing professionals. I think that was the key that I really loved. Like, there's something about being immersed in such a place that makes you feel like, I don't know, for me at least, it made me feel like I was maybe inadvertently, hopefully, picking up little tips and tricks on how to be a more engaging performer. And I know it's very different. Like, they mainly sing and dance and like perform on big stages. And this is a different kind of like putting oneself online for people to see. But there are still some very similar core tenets in a way, you know, the idea of like engaging with your audience, warming them up, relating to them, and hopefully putting on a good show. Being entertaining enough to make it worth people's very valuable attention, their time, and sometimes even their money, right? And so I was just surrounded by people that had made that, you know, performing their lives and their livelihoods. And it's kind of just interesting because you see how they operate both on and off stage, how they interact with their fans, if you want to call them that. And it just felt very... I don't know, not only was it a fun, enjoyable time, but it was also a, weirdly enough, very studious time for me as well. And so, you know, I don't think that I'll suddenly transform into the next Vito, but I feel like some of those personalities that I met kind of rubbed off on me in a sense. Maybe. We'll see. And so, yeah, I don't know. The idea of being inspired, I think, is not that foreign. But it's kind of like the idea that, well, if these people can do it and they can like overcome any shyness, because Vito was saying how he used to be very shy, and so did the caricature artist. He was saying that he was so shy that when he was younger, he couldn't speak at all. He had to go to the shops and stuff with a notepad and pen to write down what he wanted to say. And hearing that, I felt like this just pang of sympathy, which reminded me of kind of myself, you know. Certainly back in university, not so much nowadays because you guys know you can't get me to shut up at the best of times. But just like knowing, because when I was talking with him, he was so outgoing and so funny. He was saying that he used to be, or he is, and like an opera singer as well. And so he kind of just like randomly would burst into song on the side of the street. And just knowing that you can make a total transformation like that, no matter what age, no matter where you come from, what your background is, you can go from being, like I've said before, functionally mute, to drawing caricatures on the street and just going, oh, like randomly. It was just so motivating, you know? And yeah, it's like, it was nice. I felt a deep sense of kinship with some of those people. And it's weird because you really only see each other once a year, and it feels like you're in this little bubble. And as soon as you have to leave, you're kind of snapped back to reality. Like, oh shit, oh yeah, taxes, traffic, you know? Like you're suddenly aware of what most people are aware of all year round. Because it really does feel like a whole little separate world that's very self-contained. You know, it's like this weird, very weird but fun experience. And so, yeah, a lot of people were describing the actual festival as like a drug, which made me laugh. I don't know if I would go that far, but I can see why. For a lot of people, it's the most fun that they have all year. It's like just a week-long, you know, a week-long hedonistic thrill of good food, good music, and incredible people. And so it's kind of, yeah, it's like a very unique place to be. And everyone on the street is dressed up like, depending on what theme it is. This year the theme was Easy Come, Easy Go, which is an Elvis movie where he plays like a deep sea diver. So there were some people dressed with like scuba gears and all that. People that came in their own like handmade costumes, which is very cool. Lots of jumpsuits, lots of like sparkles, glitter. Lots of women in very pretty 50s style dresses. I brought my own, of course, like the cherry dress that you guys saw on the Cherry Awards night, with my little petticoat underneath, which makes all the ruffles and stuff like that. And literally, it looks like you've just stepped onto the set of a 50s themed movie, because literally, well, 90% of people are dressed the part, and the other 10%, which is fair enough, they're kind of just dressed in their very modern, like futuristic clothing almost, and it's a very interesting contrast. But yeah, it's like, it's so much fun. There's all these props to play with as well, and places to escape the scorching heat, because it does get very, very hot. It's even hotter than it is in here right now, and it's pretty hot in here right now. So if you guys are interested in hearing more about that, or seeing more about that, very soon I will be posting some photos to the server. And last time, I need to learn my lesson from last time, because I think I posted them one after another, which I was not trying to do. I was trying to do like a big photo dump all at once and just like have it like come up in that collage format. But to avoid like spamming people with notifications, I'm going to see if I can just maybe post an album, if that's a thing that happens over Discord, because there's lots of fun things to see, and you hopefully can put some visuals to the kinds of stories and stuff that I'm telling right now. And yeah, they do movie nights as well. They have like a projector in one of the churches that you can just go into and watch at the selected times. And they also do like, weirdly enough, there's like this clock tower in the kind of middle of town, and at night especially, it's easier to see at night, there's like this projection of Elvis, and it's incredible stuff. I was trying to figure out where the projector actually is to like get that look, because like all down the sides of the clock tower, which is a very big like kind of monolithic building, and I'm like, how does that even work? But yes, they have like all these free events, movie nights, the library and stuff. There's places to escape and just like chill out, and there's places to go crazy and party the night away. It's surprising, because I do think this festival is only getting more and more popular every single year, which is crazy considering that Elvis has unfortunately been like, he's been deceased for 40, like what, 50 years or so? Don't quote me on my math there, but he would have been 90. I think it was this year. He would have been 90 years old, and he passed when he was like in his early 40s or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And so his legacy is just so incredible to think about. It's like the kind of thing that I was telling some of my friends about. Like, I don't really think there's any other festival for a singular artist in that kind of way. Like, I was thinking, who are some of the biggest artists of today? There's like Taylor Swift, there's Billie Eilish, the most modern that you can get. But there's no Taylor Swift like festival, is there? There's no Billie Eilish festival. And so it's kind of like, in terms of absolute mega status and legacy and the kind of lasting popularity, I feel like there's nothing to compare it to, which is bizarre because like, yeah, he was like the blueprint for real. And I think there are other artists right now who have that level of super mega stardom. But in terms of like lasting power, I guess we'll have to see, you know? Yeah, he died when he was 42, which is absolutely crazy. I mean, it's a whole thing. And, you know, his personal life has been mired in controversy even since he was alive. And I don't know. It's like, it's very, yeah, it's a whole thing. But, Taylor Swift going to a restaurant becomes a festival. That's true. I think if out of everyone, the person who will have the most lasting impact of our modern day artists, it will probably be Taylor Swift. And that's not to say anything about my own personal opinions of her or her music. My brother is one of the biggest fans of Taylor Swift that I've ever met and probably ever will meet. Personally, it's just not my style of music, but I can see that she's very important to a lot of people. And I can see in the future, especially because she's so kind of enterprising as a person, I can see a festival popping up of her and her legacy and her entire discography, that's the right word, for her music and stuff. And so, yeah, Elvis swiveled his hips so Miley could twerk. That's actually so true. And funnily enough that you mentioned Miley, because she's also a very big Elvis fan. Maybe, yeah, that's where she got it from. Who knows? And yeah, as for the photos, Weasel, that's a great idea. I might do a Google Drive thing because I have to pick and choose some of the best because sometimes I just took like fucking 5 to 10 photos of the same thing just to make sure I got the right angle. So I'll like skim through them all. I'll pick out some of the best. And then that way it's just one notification of one link that you guys can check out if you feel so inclined. And so, yeah, I will probably take maybe a day or two to do that. So don't be alarmed. It'll come sooner or later. And it's just so much fun. There's like, yeah, there's just so much to do, so much to see. Really good eateries as well. Like we went to this cafe a lot called Deja Brew. This is a very funny play on words. And they do like the best fucking food there that I like. I don't know. I was just like, damn, I'm glad that this is not near my house because I'd be going there every damn day and like not only draining my bank account, but also expanding my waistline. So, the week that I was in parks, it was a bit like just go for your life, go on with the wind, eat whatever, do whatever, party all night, without really considering the consequences like I might normally. And the slogan that kind of popped up from the people that I was hanging around was, what happens in parks stays in parks. And honestly, that is very true, except for all the stuff that I'm telling you guys right now. But it was kind of like, you don't really care about the things you'd normally care about, like, oh, if it's too expensive or if it's too unhealthy or if you really should be going to bed, you just kind of like say fuck it and just go for it. And so that's why I think it should necessarily only be a week, because any longer and we might just party ourselves to death essentially. And so yeah, it was just like an incredible time. And my next thing that I want to do, and guys, hear me out on this, I want to get your opinions. Like, I am desperate. I am actually desperate. Like, I'm dying. I'm begging. I'm on my knees. I need to go to Graceland and I need to just witness that house for my own eyes, because I feel like that's the next step. You know what I mean? Besides going to Vegas and like checking out the previously named International Hotel where Elvis used to perform, I feel like Graceland, where he lived, you know, where he died, I need to go there. And I might need some help from like some of our international friends. I'm not sure if any of you guys know about the specifics. I know some of you guys are from the US and related countries. Like, how much would it cost to go there? Let's say for maybe a week or two to stay in the US and just like to go on the tour, to like see some of the sights, because I am desperate at this point. And like, however much it costs, I'm just going to start putting some money aside to really make it happen, because it's on my bucket list, but I don't want to wait. Like, you know, sometimes people say their bucket list stuff is for when they're older. Like, I don't want to get older. I want to do it right now. And yeah, just kind of complete that dream of mine. Yeah, so a couple of days for Graceland itself. That's exactly right. And then just some other, see some other sites as well. I'd love to go to the place where the beautiful the effervescent Marilyn Monroe was buried, or rather, I guess she was buried, right? Or was she cremated? Actually, I think she may have been cremated. And so I want to go check out her place of rest. I might actually check out Vegas itself if I can. I'm not a gambler. I don't gamble, or game as they call it here, very euphemistically. But I would like to just check out the incredible ecosystem that is Vegas. And it's not just a stalk drama. Okay, that's just my secondary goal. No, I'd love to just check out the International. I can't remember what it's called now because the building itself got a name change. But just check out the building where he used to perform, where he did his residency. And yeah, it's like, I don't know, there's so many little places on the map that I want to check out, but I know that it could be quite pricey. I think the priciest thing would be the flights, you know? And because the US dollar is so much stronger right now, especially right now, compared to the Australian dollar, it's like whatever I'm making here, whatever money I make here, I'd basically have to consider it doubled to be able to afford something in the US. And so, yeah, playing Stalker IRL. Yeah, that's, like I said, that's my secondary goal. But just traveling to a few of these hotspot places in the US would be incredible. Though if I had my way, if I had my way, I would spend, God, maybe even up to a year in the US, because it's a fucking massive country. I mean, I don't even need to say that. You guys already know that. And there's so much to see there, so much to do there, so much rich history, worth exploring. But if I really had to be cutthroat and fucking severe about what I wanted to do, then Graceland is at the top of the list. And then, the rest, the entire scroll goes for miles and miles. But in terms of bank account, that's kind of what I feel would be realistic. And so, yeah, trying not to suggest getting married by an Elvis impersonator to get the full experience. Who knows? What happens in parks stays in parks. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. It's hard not to fall in love with every Elvis impersonator that I meet, because they're all so charming. They're putting on the voice, they're doing the whole moves. A lot of the Elvis impersonators, even though they're they have girlfriends or they're married or whatever, they do the kind of Elvis flirt, which is how do I explain it? Elvis did this thing, just from my own personal research, my own personal opinion. He would do this thing where whichever girl he was talking to at the time, he'd make her feel like she was the only girl in the room. And a lot of the impersonators kind of do that, however naturally. I don't know if it's natural to them or if they're just putting it on. And it's this incredible experience getting to have the full Elvis, attention, as it were. And it's very funny. I spoke to a couple of Elvises this year at parks, and they're all doing the whole smooth talking, charming, hey little mama type beat. And it's it seems so corny to someone who's not really in that world, who doesn't really care, which I understand. But at the same time, it's so hard not to just melt and fall woefully into that trap. We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out. And so, yeah, it's it's very, very funny. Even when you know that someone's kind of having you on, it's just hard to resist feeling flattered. And so, it definitely helps that a lot of them are also very charming and good looking in general. And so, yeah, yeah, the Elvi, that's right. We can agree to call them Elvi. It's very cute. And it was just it was interesting to feel yourself kind of being, I don't know, maybe butted up is the right terminology, and to still be you know what, I'm okay with this. So yeah, if I went to Vegas, I think I'd stand no chance against the charms of these Elvis impersonators, no matter what era they're from. I like Elvis from all his eras, his early chirpy 50s kind of hiccuping sound, to his more mature 60s sound, and then to the early 70s. In his later, as they describe him, Big Daddy years. And honestly, all eras are fine with me. And so you definitely get to see all eras, because you've got Elvis impersonators that are just starting out. I met one that was literally 16 years old, and he got kind of scouted he told the story of how, I think it was last year at Parks, he was just walking down the street and one of the other ETAs was like, that kid, if he just like put on, like the Elvis getup and started singing, he would be the perfect Elvis. And so since then, he's been performing just randomly like that. And you get lots of, kind of middle-aged Elvi as well. And of course, like the later, more elderly people, which is also very charming and often comes with, some more mature vocals, which I can appreciate. And so it's like, no matter what era, it's all G. And it's like you can't really go wrong. Even some little kids, which is very sweet. Like I saw kids as old as like 5 or 6, that were just fucking in their jumpsuits, like doing the dances and stuff. It was very sweet. And I was surprised to see how many kids there were this year. Like usually, when I say usually, I mean last year, it was like, there was probably 10% kids. This year, there was like 30% kids or something like that, just to put some random numbers to it. And so, yeah, if you go to Vegas, you'll get one day maybe. And then after that, you can get the Grand Canyon. Yes. I want to check out like, who was saying the national parks. I want to check out the national parks and I want to check out like the kind of the nature, the greenery and stuff. I'd have to read up on, the kind of dangers of the wilderness because we have danger here. They say as a joke that everything here in Australia can kill you, but it's a different kind of killing you than what is available in America. Like there's bears and stuff, different kinds of snakes and different kinds of wildlife out there. Skunks. I've never seen a skunk in my life. They're not really that dangerous, but they are very stinky, right? And so I'd have to do a bit of reading up myself about what is safe and what's not safe. But it seems like such a fun time, and just to go there would be such an honor. And so I don't know, like for 2 weeks to do a bit of a round trip, how much do you guys think realistically it would cost? Maybe in USD. Because I was talking to a friend and I was like, oh, I think in total it would probably cost like 10K or something. And he was like, no, you can do it in half that, right? And I'm like, can you? If that's true, 5K, and that seems pretty reasonable, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's much to think about. And yes, Elvis is killing me softly. Always. But yeah. 2 days in Vegas if you're not gambling. Yes, one is the day, one is Old Vegas and drive to the Grand Canyon. Yeah, and the travel days exactly. Because I know, like Australia, there's a lot of time that's eaten up just by the travel itself because it's such a big place. Like, there's a joke here that, you can drive for 8 hours in Europe and end up in 3 different countries. If you drive 8 hours in Australia, you're still just barely out of your backyard. And so I feel like a similar thing can be said about the US. Like there's just so much land that traversing it is really the thing that eats up a lot of time. Unless you're in the main cities and stuff like that. So Graceland and Memphis is so far, I can imagine. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, is 5K a reasonable budget? Because I feel like even the flights would just be around that price, considering it's a very long flight. Might even be 2 from here all the way to the US. There's a link in Discord. I can check that out. Forgive me for using my phone here. Oh yeah, tickets to Graceland. And yeah, also you need to get tickets to like the tours and stuff like that. That's so fucking cool. Oh my gosh. There's even like a place that you can stay near Grouseland as well. So there's like a whole kind of hotel situation set up there because it is such a popular tourist destination. I read somewhere, and so correct me if I'm wrong, but I read that Graceland was the second most visited house in America, just below, get this, the White House, which is insane, right? And so, yeah, I figured, wow, that is crazy. And there's a reason why Graceland is kind of set up as this, like, almost like a heritage situation. It's got so much cultural value that it's protected in some ways. And so, yeah. Check Amtrak trains for price and timings, buy flights. by flights will probably be the best. Yeah, I feel like it all depends on the timing, and because Elvis has a at Graceland, and I think in places around there they do like a celebration for his birthday, which is in January. The prices are surely inflated then. Also on school holidays, you know, when like kids finish from school and stuff, the prices go up then as well. But really, I'm just so desperate. Like I need to go. I just need to go, and I would consider my life complete. Because I don't know, I just feel like it's such a important part of the Elvis story, you know, that I need to do it at some point. And yeah, it is totally absurd, the fact that he had such an impact on the world. I got to see one of the movie reactors go on a tour of Graceland. She went near Christmas. That's incredible. I've heard a couple of my friends online. I used to be more in the Elvis spaces, but I'm not really anymore. She was saying how she got to go, and I was like, I was so happy, but also so jealous. I was like, holy shit, take me with you. And so if I did go, I'd probably go with my auntie as well, because there's no way in hell she'd let me go by myself, and miss her own opportunity. So yeah, it's one of those things. It's just like, I have a dream. If I can dream of a warmer sun, of a warmer sun. Literally, my voice, I'm surprised that my voice is actually doing okay right now, because it was basically dead on the last day of the festival. So was my auntie's. Like, we'd both just lost our voices. Too much singing at the top of our lungs. And yeah, just like, you know, partying all night long. So, come to New York, pay $8 for a coffee. Oh, God. Honestly, I would love to visit New York. I'd love to visit a bunch of different, like, cities and towns in the US. If I could, like I said, if I had my way, I'd spend a year or longer there, just, like, traveling all about. I'd kind of do, like, a, you know, if anyone's seen Supernatural, it's a bit like the boys on their road trip around the US just killing monsters. And so, yeah, it's one of those things where I have a dream, but I need to, like, build up on it. So we'll see. Adam, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Playing some Marvel Rivals. Tell me if this is true. I heard they added Dr. House to Marvel Rivals. Is that true, or just a meme that I saw on Reddit? Because I saw that and I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I still haven't really looked into that game, but it's getting like lots of name drops from people, so I'm like, oh, maybe I should check it out. But yeah, might be a meme or a skin. Oh, that makes sense. Probably a skin. Because yeah, I saw that and it looked so realistic, but damn, I got fooled, I suppose. Because yeah, I don't really know what the game's all about, so I don't know if that would fit into the game. But I was like, oh, they added House to Marvel Rivals. Interesting. And yeah, Cody, you're right. If I go to the US for a major trip, I'd have to come to Canada. Honestly, I would love to visit the entire Americas, you know, north, south. You guys know how I feel about my south of the border friends. I'm just like, yeah, it's just, it's one of those things. The only prohibitive thing really is money. And so that's the issue, right? It's everyone's issue. It's not just mine. It's like one of the things where, if you had just like a fucking black card, unlimited funds, holy shit, I'd just spend my entire life traveling and hopefully like bring you guys along for the ride. You know, like I'd make sure that I had actually functioning internet for one, but like a proper portable like kind of setup. Because I even brought both my tripods. I have two now. I brought my tripod. I brought my I brought everything that I needed, and then I couldn't even stream, which was sad. And I couldn't even upload the videos, which is like my plan B. So I had no plan C, which was my fault. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a cool thing to be able to take you guys along for the ride. But I'm back now, and hopefully, you guys were talking about it in the server. I need to schedule in like a proper dedicated like time for when I'm streaming, because like it just feels so weird to have it up in the air, and I want to know, like I want you guys to know that I'm going to be here at a certain time every day or whenever it is, and you don't really need to check, if that makes sense. It's just been so chaotic that I haven't really had a chance. And even if I want it to be in the morning, like I'm fighting myself because I'm really finding out that I'm not a morning person. I can't even fake it, you know? And so it's one of those things that it's still a bit in its beta testing, to kind of, to put it lightly. Excuse me. And so it's one of those things where, maybe the afternoon could be good. And it's kind of like, it's kind of like I need to find a place that's the best of both worlds. Oh, we're being raided again. Luna. Oh my goodness gracious. That was my fault. No, it's good because I need to figure out when I'm going to be actually streaming. Luna, thank you so much for the raid. Don't mind the fact that I'm like sweaty AF. Oh my god, what is actually going on? Guys, go check out Luna. An absolutely beautiful soul. And such a very chill, like kind of environment as well. Lots of laughs, lots of smiles, lots of good vibes. Thank you so much for the raid. And if you need to raid and fade, please do what you gotta do. We're just kind of chatting right now about the week-long Elvis festival that I've just come back from. And as a reminder, guys, if you guys want to see this caricature drawing, you can see a little bit of it through the through the thing there. We're hoping to finish this goal at some point in the future, and then I will turn this around so you guys can see it properly. I think it's pretty accurate. And this is a drawing that I got at the Elvis Festival as well from a caricature artist. So hopefully that's a bit of an incentive there. And yes, there was a fridge at my place. There was a fridge, but like I said, I couldn't stream, which was so sad. It was also a mini fridge as well. So yeah, it wasn't the real deal. It was a mini deal. But you know, one of those things where I do have photos of the fridge and I do have photos of the room just to show you guys how small it was. It was literally like, honestly, the whole house was about the size of this room, including like an added bathroom. There was like a bed. Okay, I'll tell you guys the layout of the room. A bed, a couch, a fridge, and a bathroom. It was tiny for my auntie and I. And so I also brought like a sleeping bag and stuff like that. And they actually provided like an extra mattress to put on the floor, just in case, you know, we didn't want to sleep in the same bed, which usually I don't really mind. But like, you know, I'm the kind of person that tosses and turns and like I hog the covers. I'm a terrible sleeping partner, basically. And I like to stretch out and stuff like that. So I actually spent more days than not on the mattress on the floor. But yeah, definitely smaller than the last place I stayed in. And like, it was fine because we only really went there, to sleep and then just leave in the morning. But it was quite funny because I was like, damn, this is like a tiny house, you know, literally a portable tiny house. And it was quite interesting. Like, it's a kind of thing where the toilet was literally right next to the bed, just separated by a very thin wall. And the shower was surprisingly roomy as well. In like a lot of the real estate was in that house was the shower. And yeah, that's fine with me. But I have photos, and weirdly enough, the photos actually it doesn't look that small in the photos. But the thing is, I think it's because there's no real point of reference. Like there's a bed and a couch and everything, and they look, I guess, like normal sized, which they were more or less. The couch was pretty small, but it's like, it looks like a normal room, but that's when you realize that room that you're seeing is the entire house. And yeah, it's quite funny. So it's an interesting living arrangement. It's not the worst, to be honest. But when you get home, of course, you kind of realize, oh, how privileged am I? You know, I won't speak for everyone, but personally, you know, to have a whole room like this just for streaming is insane. And I spoke to a few people there that I'd met just for the first time there, who'd done a lot of traveling. And one of the ladies that I met was like, I hate to break it to you, but no matter where you go, no matter where you travel to, how expensive it is, how luxe it is, there really is no place like home. And as I got home, like yesterday, I realized how true that is. Like when you get in your own bed when you open your own fridge and when you just like sit down on your own couch surrounded by your own art and everything, you just realize, holy shit, there really is no place like home. And even though I had an amazing time, like seriously, I don't think I've partied that hard, well, since last year, like in my life. But still, coming back to my own kind of sanctuary, as it were, was just such a breath of fresh air. And that's the kind of thing that is just, it's hard to really recreate. And yeah, I'm glad to be back, even though I'm sad. I've got the post-Parks blues. Yeah, really clicking those ruby heels together is true. And speaking of shoes, like I was saying, one of my pairs of shoes, my favorite pairs of shoes, actually got destroyed at the festival because, like I said, there was an unexpected bout of monsoon-like rain. And we did a photo shoot outdoors in the rain, and I did a lot of walking once I was caught in the rain as well. And so by the time I got home, I took off my shoes. There was literally I was pouring water out of them, right? And my socks were drenched, which was a horrible feeling to be walking around in wet socks. I had to take them off eventually because it was just, I couldn't stand it. And I was taking off my shoes, pouring out the water, and just noticing that the sole inside the shoe, this is a flat shoe, if you guys know, the ballet slipper type look. The sole was just it had come out entirely and just basically disintegrated, and there was this hole there. And so I was sad. Yeah, definitely a different kind of shoey. I was sad to see the demise of those shoes because I literally wore them everywhere. I don't remember when I got them last. I think it was after I cut up my old shoes on stream. Pretty soon after that, I bought a new pair of flats, which were very cheap. They're $7, so $3.50 per shoe, if you can believe it. And so I'm surprised they actually lasted this long, but it was sad because they're actually such a beautiful pair of shoes. And little ballet flats with a bow on the end and a little strap over the kind of main part of the foot. So it looks very cutesy and very ballerina-y. Ballerina-y. Try saying that 3 times fast. And so it was oh no. But what can you really do? I have to get some new flats now. I'm actually wearing trainers or runners, sneakers right now, which is very I feel very butch. Because that's not usually my style. Mainly because I'm just lazy and I like to slip my foot into shoes and get out the door. I don't like messing around with laces. If I could choose, I'd probably have Velcro shoes. And so, yeah, it was one of those funny things oh, okay. Now I have to switch up my my apparel on my feet. And I'm wearing runners right now that is, yeah, makes me feel fucking, I'm athletic, guys. I'm so athletic, even though I don't feel athletic right now. I feel overstuffed and in need of just I don't know, getting back to normalcy. Because, yeah, like I said, what happens in parks stays in parks, including the incredible amounts and quality of the food that we indulged in for basically the entire week. Because we didn't really bring any food back to our cabin or anything. Yeah, and I missed the gym for a week as well. So really, it's just a double whammy. Oh gosh, it's even the camera knows it. Let's come closer here. A double whammy to the point where yeah, I'm holy shit. I'm literally, you know how people say I'm out of shape? Well, I am in shape if the shape was a circle. And so I need to get back to my regular, or not even regular, my better than regular habits, so I can feel a little bit more normal. But yeah, it's it's a week of indulgence, the kind of thing that happens once a year. I feel that was my justification throughout the entire trip. Even though I will say, I didn't drink, I don't smoke. So basically one of my only vices is food, and more specifically sweets. Actually, here's a good example. Yeah, thank God parks only happens once a year. The reason, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about. While I was there, guys, peach rings. I ended up getting some candy as well. That's not even the only bit of candy I got. That bag used to be full. Peach rings, I love. They're chewy, they're sugary, they're just beautiful. And so, yeah, they're my vice, my one of a couple vices, and I'm still working on curbing it. But until then, my peach rings shall remain by my side. And Weasel, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you being here, my friend. I hope you can join us soon again, because what even is the day today? Fuck. What day is it? Tuesday. Yeah, so we're going to be going back to our regular schedule. Hopefully, in the next day or so, I'm going to get a fan, because look at my face, guys. It's red. It's so red. And those lights that I was talking about. I feel like is it just this bottle that makes me spill it on myself? But anyway, yeah, holy shit. I did do a lot of walking. Cody, you're right. There was a lot of walking. I think on average, oh my gosh, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. On average, I walked about 10,000 to 15,000 steps. It was more when I had to walk to the town as opposed to driving there, because my auntie, you know, she has a few issues with walking sometimes, and so like sometimes we just drive there because the walk was like 10-15 minutes. But sometimes if I had to pick up the car, or just like if we just wanted to walk, because the first day we're like, oh, let's see how far it actually is. Yeah, that was the days where we had more steps than usual, and my feet did get pretty sore in some of the shoes. So yeah, my feet were especially sore after the white shoes that I was talking about, that were kind of like not very functional but very pretty. And actually, funnily enough, these kind of like chunky high-heeled boots that I was wearing after my flats like disintegrated, and I'm not really that used to walking in such high heels, so by the time I took them off, my legs and my feet felt all weird, and it felt like I had really tight calves and like hamstrings and stuff. So yeah, it's just shoe talk. It's so it's so pedestrian. Anyway, yeah, still, all in all, such a fun time. And yeah, I will do the Google Drive link. I think that's the best thing to do. After I get all the photos from my auntie as well, and maybe some of the other people that I was talking to there. You guys will see how happy I am when I'm like sitting there or standing there like with my arms around an Elvis, just being like, there's no better place to be, right? Besides Graceland. And so yeah, shoe talk is pedestrian. Unintended joke, you're right. Yeah, suffering for your art, what can I say? I still got like fucking 5 different Elvis songs stuck in my head in rotation, like Suspicious Minds, Poke Salad Annie. Also, they played fucking Sweet Caroline a lot, even though that's not an original Elvis. Like he did a cover of it. For some reason, it's like the meme is true. It gets white people as turnt as anything. And so every time, like most of the Elvises would include it in their set list. So as soon as I would hear Sweet Caroline, bum, 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 I just know that it was going to get litty. And so, yeah, it was a fun time. And yeah, Poke Salad is honestly, you can tell, and this is going to be so niche, so just bear with me, guys. If you don't care about Elvis, this is not going to make much sense. You can tell the quality of an Elvis band and an Elvis impersonator, that you can tell how good they are based on how they perform the song Poke Salad Annie, because it's one of those interesting ones where you can go a lot of different places with it. You can do it high energy and like all kind of crazy. You can make it more instrumental and focus more on like the bass and the drums and stuff like that. And so everyone has their own version of it. The version that I saw with one of the ETAs was so good. And it was basically carried by the bass player who had a solo, which is not in the original, that he played it like fucking dirty as. He played that bass solo so damn dirty, and I was just stunned. I think I have a recording of it, or maybe my auntie does, and I'll post that as well, because it was so fucking good. And yeah, Poke Salad, that's right, with a T, which is interesting, because like I always wondered what really is the difference. But yeah, Poke Salad I've never tried salad, but I would like to, because it's so iconic, you know, after hearing that song. And yeah, I'll post it. It's a really great version. For that, I'm trying to remember, for that concert, our visibility, I think it was all right. It was decent. There was one of the concerts that we went to that we were sitting kind of far on the left-hand side. And because of that, we couldn't see half the band. Like, we could see the Elvis impersonator because they were always, like, front and center. But the band is kind of behind, like, very far back in the stage. So depending on if you're sitting on very far on either side, you can't see half the band, which kind of sucks because the bass player, oh my God, was so fucking good. he played that shit so dirty. It was like, damn. And so, yeah, that was a standout moment for me when I was there because, you know, after hearing a song like a fucking thousand times, to hear a version that makes you go, wow, is a very like, it's a very powerful thing. And so, yeah, I've got that stuck in my head. And a couple of other Elvis songs as well. So I apologize, guys, if I just randomly burst out into song. Like, it's it's just a lingering side effect. Or if I randomly burst into tears. It's like one of the two. A lot of people were very sad to be leaving. Lots of hugs. Lots of saying, like, I'll see you next year, I hope. And I'm pretty sure that I'll be going next year. It's just too much fun not to go. And I'll see if I can recruit anyone else, like my friends or family members, which, you know, they don't really know about or care about Elvis, but it's not even like if you go there, you will come back an Elvis fan. Like, even if you don't really know about him or if you don't really care about him, it's just like, it's so much fun. And they play a lot of really great music that even if you don't like Elvis, the music itself is so good that hopefully one can appreciate just the technique involved in that and the skill. So, yeah. It's just a cool little event, very much the Disney World of Elvis fans. And I'm very happy that I get to go and, like, you know, that even though it's an 8.5 hour drive, that I'm just, yeah, privileged enough to have the opportunity. So, only difference from a normal Emmy stuck songs is that today they're all Elvis, not just some. That's exactly true. I usually have like 5 to 10 songs stuck in my head, but this time they're basically exclusively Elvis-y. And so there we go. But yeah, fuck, it's so good. I'm like, I don't know, every single year I just get more and more invested in that whole world. And yeah, my burning desire to go to Graceland is ever present. So it is only getting increasingly dire, I suppose. An interesting fact about pokeweed, every part of it is very poisonous. Thoroughly cooking the leaves makes it edible. The berries make an incredibly durable stain. That's incredibly interesting. I know you put not in brackets there, but that is interesting. And like the story itself is kind of a random, just like, I don't know, almost like a folk tale that Elvis sings about. But the way he sings it is so interesting that it's kind of like, oh, that's cool. You're learning about a salad or like a green, a vegetable. And you're getting like, you're enjoying it. And that's kind of cool. It's like, I don't know, there's something about the delivery that makes it very entertaining. And especially towards the end, like the kind of rising, like, the rising tension and the instrumental kind of getting crazier and crazier. And then, yeah, just the way that he used to perform that song was so incredible. It's a favorite of many people's, and I think for good reason. But yeah, fuck. Anyway, guys, I'm literally sweltering in here. Can you tell? Oh, I didn't even turn on my lights. Give me a sec. Ooh. That's cute. Let's see, what mode do we want? That's a bit frenetic for me. Okay, that's good. Thank you, Cody, for the hydrate. And yeah, maybe if I sit back, the camera will stop going crazy. With lyrics like, poke salad Annie, Gator got your granny, you know you're in for a ride. 100%. It's so true. And so, yeah. All in all, it was a fantastic trip. I had lots of fun. And I can't wait to go again next year. I'm going to have to wait a whole 11.5 months, which is sad, but you know, it'll just like absence makes the heart grow fonder type beat. And yeah, it's like getting better and better every year. So, yeah, what can I say? Maroon Rose, welcome in. I've missed you too, my friend. And if you have excited news, please share with the class. I feel so far away from you guys right now, but let's just try this out. 'Cause the camera is like very finicky. And yeah, it's not any cooler back here, but you know, I need to get a fan. And then my friend was like, oh, if you get a fan, it's just going to push the hot air around this room. But I'm like, it's kind of better than having no fan, you know? It's so freaking hot in here. It's like actually crazy. And yeah, We even have like, I don't know, in this house, there isn't really, no, there's no aircon in this side of the house. When my brother was here, like I don't know how he could stand it. But I guess now we're in summer and, like it hasn't been this hot before, like while I've been living here. It's only now just like become a problem because we used to actually have the heater on. But now I'm just like, oh shit, I need something because yeah, even opening the windows back there I don't think would really do much. But anyway, goodness gracious. It's -7 degrees Celsius here. That's crazy. And yeah, I think Cody was saying it's like -13 in Canada. It's, yeah. I mean, I know if it was really freezing cold, I'd be complaining about that too. But like, damn. I don't know. Just for like the sake of sitting and talking, I feel like at least the cold you can bundle up a little bit. But here, it's not like I could really, it's a different kind of stream. Yeah, I know I'm wearing this shirt or this jumper a lot in streams. It's because, like, if I just start wearing a new outfit every stream, then it's kind of defeating the purpose of this challenge, excuse me. And so, yeah, it's kind of like, this is how you guys should just get used to seeing me for the next little while. And so, yeah, it's very hot. Maybe next time I'll choose something a little bit airier. Maroon Rose, you got a job. Congratulations. Feel free to share. What kind of job is it if you feel so inclined? And you cut off your ponytail. Wow, that's a big decision. You guys can only see the front of my hair here, but it's actually quite long at the back. It's like, at this point, it's like basically, is it waist level? Yeah, it's about waist level. And so eventually, like a few of my friends, both on stream and off stream, I want to donate it. But I still want my hair to be long even after I cut it. So I'm going to be just growing it out for a while, maybe a year, and we'll see how much growth I can get. It's weird. Like I have a love-hate relationship with my hair. It's, it can be a bit finicky. It gets knotty really easily. And, speaking of, I have my trusty hairbrush here. When I was, when I was sick, when I had COVID, or like when I was iron deficient, I had clumps of hair falling out, and it was very scary. It made me feel slightly emasculated, if that makes sense, and it made me think, oh God, what's wrong with me, essentially? What is going on? And it's only been recently that my hair has started to feel at least a little bit healthier, and it's not falling out in clumps anymore, which is good, but it does get knotty very easily, which means after brushing it for a while, even while I'm brushing it, it still gets knotty. Like the section that I'm brushing will be straight, and then the section that I'm not brushing will get knotty, and so it's crazy. But yeah, it's like, I've been growing it since, I don't even know. Like, since I can remember now, since graduating, because I remember when I was in high school, I had like a pixie cut, and it was kind of like this fun thing that I wanted to try. And even though I enjoyed having that, like such short hair, and I enjoyed the kind of interesting phases throughout growing it, I still right now, and I say this often, I'm quite literally and emotionally attached to my long hair at this point. It just feels like more me, if that makes sense. When I was a child, my parents kept my hair very long and my natural color, which this is. And it was only when I got older that I started dyeing it and kind of experimenting with it. And that was lots of fun. And I would probably do that again in the future. But right now, I'm trying to keep it so low maintenance that like, this is my, natural undyed color. And, for the most part, all I have to do to it is like wash it and brush it, as opposed to going to get it like dyed every so often, which would usually, when I used to do it, especially when I went blonde for a little bit, would cost hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and take hours as well. So I'm just like, I'm too lazy for that, guys, at this point. I'm trying to go for the low maintenance kind of route. And plus I think, because I have pretty pale skin, to say the least, it's a nice bit of contrast. So, and now I highly doubt that you look ugly without your ponytail, Maroon Rose. Don't say that about about yourself, I'm sure you look just as wonderful. And so, yeah, I know that feeling though of like getting a haircut and being like, fuck, you know, just don't mind the dust particles floating around. It's been a week since I've been here. I need to vacuum or some shit. And so like, literally, there have been times where I've come out of the salon too shy to say anything, but being like, yeah, okay. Because the thing about having long hair is that whenever I go to the salon, even the high-end ones, even the expensive ones, even the very highly rated ones, they seem to not know how to cut long hair. So they just cut way more off than I ask for. And that's actually apparently a very common thing for people with long hair. And you need someone that's specifically trained in cutting long hair to do it well. Because a lot of the times you end up asking for like, oh, a couple inches taken off and coming out with a fucking buzz cut. And it's like, oh shit, thank you. I'm going to go home now and just cry into a pillow. But yeah, nowadays, and this is very much spurred on by you guys as well, I actually don't even go to the salon anymore because I just get a friend to cut it, which is kind of crazy. So it's like, it's free. And I think it looks all right, you know? Though I will say this camera, because it's so shitty, it's like my fucking built-in laptop camera. It does me a lot of favors. And especially with the singular like light that's just shining on my face, it makes my hair look shinier than it actually is. Let's come a bit closer. Love the makeup. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm not wearing any makeup right now unless you count the sweaty, like overheated look that's adding some color to my cheeks, but I appreciate that. But yeah. Goodness gracious. In the whole room where dusty particles are floating, there is one shining star making her hair straight. I'm sorry. I'm really like, I'm just flabbergasted by the amount of dust that's always in my house. And the singular light does no favors as well. Like, if I move around, if I just like start kicking up too much of a fuss, these particles will just start floating around. And for someone like me, just deathly allergic to dust mites, not literally, but you know what I mean. It's a problem. It's a genuine problem. And so I need to just like get a vacuum and just like hold it in the air and just hope for the best, essentially. But yeah, after, maybe not after this stream because it's going to be late. Maybe tomorrow I'm going to see if I can do another little cleanup because, you know, being away for a week is enough, especially in this household, to generate quite a bit of dust. Though I don't mind the nickname Shiny Emmy. I'll take that. Shiny, sweaty. God, I can't do this, guys. Literally. If you start watching this VOD back from the very beginning, I look more or less normal, and then as it continues on, I just get more and more fucking hot and flustered. Don't mind me. But anyway, completely changing topic. I've been meaning to say this for the past few streams and kept forgetting, but I have something funny and fun to show you guys. So, do you guys see this? It is a cherry blossom Lego set, which was very thoughtfully gifted to me on Throne ages ago. Like literally ages ago. And, oh, this is also filled with dust. Oh my God, I don't know if you guys can see that. I want to make this on stream at some point, but, I don't know how to do it so you guys can see. You know what I mean? Like, if I did this here, well, you guys wouldn't be able to see it. And so I need to have like a second camera set up, maybe with my phone, so you guys can watch my hands as I like do some Lego building with you guys. Because, you know, I wanted to thank the person, I'm pretty sure it was Default Prime, who got this for me ages ago. I wanted to thank them by actually utilizing it on stream. But it's just been so long and I kind of forgot about it. It's been so long that it literally was gifted to me when I was living back in my parents' house. And so it's kind of like, it's been put aside for a while because even though I wanted to build it, I didn't want to do it without you guys. And so, I think the time is now soon, you know? I might actually hit up Jen. We'll see. Because, like, I know it's possible to set up a two-camera thing. I would just need to use my phone. But I just have to make a new scene. And so that would take, like, a hot minute. And so that's in the works if you guys want to see me build that. Also, speaking of things that we're going to be doing together, since hitting 1,700 followers, which is an incredible milestone, the goal for that, I believe, was playing Jackbox together, and that's going to be a whole stream in and of itself. Maybe this week, we'll see how we go. And so that's going to be exciting. Maybe we'll even have a competition involved, or something like that. I haven't really thought too much about it. And even besides that, guys, we have such a busy schedule since I've been away. And Maroon Rose, if you're curious, I went to an Elvis festival for basically a week, like roughly five days, I think. And the other thing I want to do is also I want to play Hitman with you guys, because Quim very thoughtfully gifted it to me. And it's been a game that I've loved and I've adored for a very long time, but I had not actually acquired it legally, so to speak. I had acquired it dubiously, and obviously you can't play those types of games on stream. And so Quim, as kind of like a Christmas present, very thoughtfully gifted me a Steam key. And so now it's just a matter of like making the space on my computer and hoping, crossing my fingers and hoping that it will run while I'm streaming, because it's such a fun game and we're going to tear shit up, guys, together. We're going to go rampaging through the streets of fucking Italy or even Sydney, Australia, because it's one of my favorite games. Like, I have a couple favorites, let's be real, but the one that I've been playing before I left, before I left from Parks, and even when I was like, was I still in university or was I in high school? Whenever I was first playing that game, I was like addicted and I was playing every single map and doing like the kill everyone challenge and stuff. We're going to be doing all of that together. There's just like, yeah, this backlog of things that I want to do, as well as showing you guys the stuff that I thrifted, showing you guys this kind of mystery drawing that I got done. And I don't want to spoil it too early. And so, yeah, there's lots of fun things that we have planned, which is very, very cool. Now it's just about the time. I've found that I'm very time poor recently. I've actually been sleeping a lot. I don't know if that's just because I've spent the past week partying, but even before I left, I've been feeling a little bit like, I don't know, I'd been feeling under the weather because I basically had a low-level cold for like the past 2 weeks. Now coming back, I don't feel that way anymore, but I still feel that lingering sense of fatigue. And I wonder if that's worth investigating further, because it's a kind of feeling that's come and gone for, periods of my life. But yeah, it's like, it's something that can be quite annoying because I can have all these grandiose plans in my mind of what I want to do, who I want to see, even my own personal goals. Like I was writing during the festival, but I feel like I want to be writing even more, So like my own goals of wanting to get some shit done, it's sometimes the only thing that's prohibitive is my unsettlingly strong sense of fatigue. And I don't know why, because I'm not really doing anything that fucking strenuous. That's the thing that gets me. And so I wonder like if it's just worth seeing like a doctor about, like maybe doing another little blood test, because I can't remember the last time I did one, but I used to get them pretty regularly, just to see if everything is in order. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where sometimes you have to go step by step and try and eliminate what any probable causes. I know like my sleep schedule is not the best, but it's been like that for my whole life. And so it's weird that the fatigue would come and go even with an unchanging or unflinching kind of schedule. Maybe, yeah, it's just a thing. So we'll have to see. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, something I'm working on. And yes, Cody, you're right. Once we're more settled, that movie night is going to happen. Don't you worry. It's, maybe even this week, because like I have philosophy club on Sunday. So maybe on Saturday we could organize it. But yeah, I'll probably get a test, a blood test or something. Cause like, I don't know, it just seems weird to me. And, I think it could be vitamin D related, considering how pale and ghostly I am. But yeah, honestly, I don't want to assume anything. It could be anything. So it's probably best to leave it to the professionals. But the thing is here, and I'm sure our international friends might understand, especially if you're from the United States, our healthcare situation here is becoming increasingly paywalled, if that makes sense. We used to have this thing, and we still do, but it's way less than it used to be, called bulk billing, which is what doctors, it's basically when the government pays for your doctor's visit. And the reason why it's becoming something that happens less and less is because the government is refusing to up their price. Okay, so the doctors have their set price that they can set at anything, and the government's like, oh, this is our set price of what we're willing to pay you for each appointment. And so the government has stayed pretty stagnant on what they're willing to pay, but the doctors and their practices and their cost of living has increased every single year, like everyone else's. And so there's like an increasingly wide gap of like, excuse me, what the fuck? Excuse me, between what doctors should be paid and what the government is willing to pay them, which means often the doctors won't bulk bill at all, or they'll partially bulk bill, which means you have to pay the rest out of pocket, or sometimes you have to pay the full thing out of pocket, which can be, and I know I've used this word a lot this stream, funnily enough, prohibitive for a lot of people. In America, I was always confused, somewhat ignorantly, I suppose, about why people would avoid going to the doctor if they're sick. Then I realized it's like some people simply can't afford the kind of gamble of going to the doctor, paying like $200 to be told, oh, you're actually just fine. It's a cold. It'll pass in a week. You know, like some people literally have to wait until it's an actual emergency because they're living paycheck to paycheck and they can't really justify the trip, right? And so it's a bit of a shame to think that this is something that's starting to happen like in Australia as well. Even though we're not all the way there yet, the amount of clinics that are bulk billing is fewer and fewer. It's like it used to be every single clinic and it was the expected thing. And if you had to pay, you're kind of like, hey, what's going on here? But now it's the other way around. And you kind of have to specifically ask, like, if the doctor is willing to do it. And the clinic that I go to now is one of the only ones kind of in my area, like in a fucking 100-mile radius, that actually still bulk bills. But, and here's the kicker, which is kind of a little bit cruel in a way, it's up to the jurisdiction of the doctor for each appointment if they are going to bulk bill. And so I'm lucky that I have kind of a developed relationship with my general practitioner at this point. I told him, like, look, I'm not really working right now. I'm not making a steady income, and, you know, I basically can't afford to go to a place that doesn't bulk bill. And he was like, it's all right, I'll take care of you. Like, whenever you come here, I'll just bulk bill you automatically. But the times, like, for example, when he was away, I had to see another doctor at the same clinic, and I had to specifically ask her, and she was kind of like, oh, I don't know. I'll just do it for this one time. I'll bulk bill you for this one time. I was like, thank you so much. And honestly, I don't begrudge the doctors that don't do it. You know, it's like, sure, they get paid a certain amount by the government anyway, but it's like, you know, they also have mortgages and food to put on the table, and like the fact that they're being undercut isn't their fault. Like, it's not their fault if they're trying to make a living, but it's just, it's hard. It's like no one, it's a lose-lose essentially, because even now people are saying like, oh, I don't want to go to the doctor for my fucking amputating leg because, you know, it's going to cost money. Even though a lot of the times I think certain things could be helped earlier or caught earlier if people just, if people had the means to go and get checked, you know? And so, yeah, it's kind of, it's a shame. I'm glad my doctor will bulk bill me. I don't know how long that will last. Maybe eventually that clinic will also become fully like out of pocket, which is what happened to my old clinic, which was sad because I really liked it. But yeah, it's just one of those things. And so I think maybe that's also why I've been kind of putting it off. Because yeah, it's like, not only is it takes a whole day of your time because of the fact that you have to go there and wait and then just be seen for like 5 minutes. But then you also have to pay for those 5 minutes, and it's like, yeah, it's a whole procedure. And so, yeah, it's such a shame, isn't it, Tim? Where it's kind of like, I don't know, we're making these problems worse unnecessarily. And I don't know, it just seems a bit short-sighted, to neglect a kind of, the health of a general population, you know what I mean? It's like, instead of putting fucking billions of dollars into like defense, maybe just save a couple for like, you know, just general health and wellness of people. And so, Yeah, I mean, I'm no politician, so I don't really know the inner machinations of what makes a government work. But it just seems like, I don't know, it seems like out of all the places to actually put attention and funding, it seems like, the kind of medical fields and, education as well would be some of the main ones where unfortunately it seems to be kind of the most neglected. Some of the stories of how people in hospitals, and I mean like the nurses and the doctors, how they're expected to work and how they're treated is absolutely horrible. And it's crazy because like these people are literally doing they're literally angels walking around on earth. When you think about how nurses are expected to work like fucking 10, 12-hour shifts, it's like, how can you not expect people to like make mistakes if they've been working for that long? Of course they get breaks, but it's like, damn, even after streaming for 4 hours, and streaming is something that I love with every fiber of my being, and I'm just sitting here and talking. Even after 4 hours, I get tired and I start making mistakes. I start stuttering and stuff like that. It's like, how can you expect someone in a field like that who is doing really high stakes, like usually, sometimes even life or death scenarios, to be at their best, like 10 hours into their fucking shift? It just does not make sense to me. And I know why they do it. I just think it's a slightly archaic practice at this point, because, people aren't machines. They can't really be working at maximum efficiency fucking all day long, especially in environments like that. And so, anyway, it's one of those things. I don't know. It's, yeah, just unfortunate. But anyway, I will keep you guys updated if I do end up getting any tests or anything. I think it'll mostly be fine though, but yeah, I should probably just start fucking trying to actually sleep like a normal human being. It's just so hard. It's so hard, and yeah, I don't know. It's one of the things that I've always struggled with since I can remember. My sleep has been abysmal in terms of regularity and quality, I suppose. And weirdly enough, for different reasons throughout my life. Sometimes it was because I couldn't turn off my brain. Other times it was because I'd wake up in the middle of the night, like with an aching jaw, because like I'd grind my teeth in my sleep or whatever. And then like I took some measures to change that. And then I had other things come up, like I'd have nightmares every time I tried to sleep. Or other times where I started streaming and like I'd finish really late in the evening and then I'd be too wired to sleep. And so it's just, yeah, it's one thing after another, but it's important, it's one of the most important parts of your life. We spend, a third of our lives asleep, and it's basically, there's no better way to actually help your health than to sleep like regularly and properly. And yet, even knowing that, I can't seem to get it exactly right, which is kind of a shame. But I'm hoping that this year, I don't know, we'll see, that I can get it more under control. I think maybe I just have one of those delayed sleep phases where I go to bed, like I feel most comfortable going to bed late and waking up late. Because recently, actually, before I left Parks, I should say, and even today, coming back, I kind of fell into my old habits. I had a nap. Been having naps in the middle of the day, just because, I don't know, I just get tired at that time. Because in the mornings and in the late nights, I'm just wide awake. And so, yeah. Erratic is a good word for it, Cody. Even though it has led to some nice things, I do agree. And weirdly enough, I feel like I do my best work when I am slightly sleep deprived and when I'm awake while the whole world is asleep. And so it's kind of this double-edged sword. Like, do I want to prioritize my art or do I want to prioritize my health? And obviously that shouldn't even be a question, but it has been something that it has been a question for me in the past where I've been focusing on like my thesis or my poetry, for example. I've neglected sleep, sometimes on purpose, sometimes just by accident, because I have been just like taken by some kind of muse or whatever. I would say night owl for me for sure too. And it is nice to have the day free, but not really free. It's not really free if I'm just napping through it because I'm so fucking tired. But like even after this stream, like in a couple of hours, I think it'll probably take me an hour or two to wind down just to kind of like, I don't know, relax and just yeah, come down from basically the high of streaming, etc. And so, yeah, solitude is nice. I agree. Now, because I live alone, I'm basically always surrounded by solitude. But I don't know. It's like there's something about the night hours that feel special. It's like the witching hour, 3 a.m., etc. It's like there's a stillness and a quiet that I feel allows me to really just get shit done. And they say that once you get a little bit sleep deprived, your more judgmental side shuts down a little bit and you're left with your more creative side to just have free reign. I don't know how true that is, but that's been my experience so far, at least. I don't know. I feel like I try, with relative degrees of success to not be a judgmental person. And usually if I am being judgmental, it's more towards myself. But in those moments, I feel like there are more possibilities, like I can try new things and experiment, and I have the creative drive to finish my projects or start new ones, which I don't really have. I don't seem to have in the morning and in the afternoon, to be honest. I don't know why. It also, it has to do a lot with inertia for me as well. Like, it's hard for me to get something going, but once it is going, it's like hard for me to stop because I want to finish the thing that I'm doing. Sometimes that can be hard if it's like a bigger project. I remember like writing for hours and hours and hours without taking a break because I knew as soon as I took a break, I would just lose whatever it was, like that spark of inspiration or like the vision that I had in my head. And so, yeah, it was like this thing where I was like, oh, I really need to pee, but I'm just going to keep writing. And so that's obviously not something I recommend. And yeah, Cody, you're right. It is harder to want to sleep regularly when you live alone. You don't really have anything to get up for. Like for me, I don't work now officially. The only form of work that I do, if you would even consider it that, is streaming here and kind of like, working on my poetry in the background and also working on my website as well. And hopefully the merch store, having it become the primary source of income. And so that's why we're going to do a little bit of a plug in a sec. And so like I don't really have to get up at any time in particular. It's very much, and this is a good thing in a way, like my schedule is so flexible that I can literally choose when I get up, when I go to sleep, when I do this, when I do that, when I stream, etc. And that's a blessing. It's a blessing and a curse in a way because when I used to work regularly, obviously we had a set time. I had to be there or be square. And I had to make sure that I was like, punctual, that I had a schedule. Now just streaming, it's like you're basically you're your own keeper, which is it's good or bad depending on how organized you actually are. For me, it wavers. It's as we say in Greek, etsi ketsi, which means so. And it's kind of like this thing where I have my moments, and I've described this before, so bear with me, but it's like a sine wave with peaks and troughs of productivity. There are times where I go for a very, very long while without doing anything of what I would consider to be productive. And then other times where like fucking 6 months of productivity is condensed down to like, a week or even shorter. And it's like, that's what happened with my thesis as well. I ended up writing the majority of it, like the bulk of it, in like fucking 2 weeks or so. And the rest of the year, I was just fucking playing Dorf Romantic and like, cowering under the covers because I didn't want to write this monolithic essay. And so it's weird because I know that I'm capable of it. So it's like, why do I stress myself out and just leave things till the last minute? I don't know. It's like the added adrenaline or something just gets me to the finish line. But it's just, it's definitely not healthy and not something that I recommend to anyone. Like, I always talk about, and I'm always trying to find, like, I'm not just saying it, I always try to find the nice middle ground, the harmonious balance of things. But often it's a struggle to really embody those like kind of values. And maybe that's why I'm so interested in them, because it's something that I feel like doesn't come naturally to me as it might to other people. And so, yeah. what Elvis would whisper you in the ear. What would he whisper in my ear? If he were here, maybe he'd say, "Hey, little mama, just go to bed when you feel tired, and wake up when you feel well rested, and all is well with the world." I honestly feel like, in a weird way, to bring this back around to Elvis, he was kind of similar. Obviously, he had a very different lifestyle. The demands of him were extremely different and very like, what's the word? Kind of like once in a lifetime, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it was just, he also was a bit of a night owl, and so maybe I relate to him in that way too. But I guess he was always surrounded by people, fans, his entourage, so the nighttime was the only time he actually really got to himself, and I wonder if that's why he was so revered. But yeah, honestly, it's weird. I do feel bad for him in that way as well, because like literally he was what's the word, not in over his head, but like he had kind of the weight of the world, or his world, on his shoulders, and a lot of people were depending on him, and I'm sure that added to his kind of the pressure and the demands that were made of him. He's like always always asked to show up and perform, and so yeah, I'm grateful they don't have those problems, but still, I'm still left with the idea of being a night owl condemned to living in a morning, like an early bird's world, if that makes sense. But yeah. Were your entourage only healthier? That's very funny. You guys, honestly, I consider you guys my friends. Like, I don't know if that's parasocial to say. I hope not. But, to call you guys fans feels really fucking wankerish. To call you guys chat feels too impersonal. Entourage is actually kind of cool. I kind of like that. But yeah, friends, because I consider you guys like cool people. And yeah, Tim, you're right. I think most night owls feel the same way. It's like the whole world operates on that kind of, the morning/day society, which is fine. Maybe I'm better suited to a job like at a nightclub or something. But then that would just further cement my troubled ways. And so I don't know. Maybe I just need to be set straight somehow. Just don't call us parasocial parasites. I would never. I don't even think that's true. You guys are actually very respectful. Like, I've seen other chats or other communities where their own chat is very intrusive, but you guys are very chill, and that's something that I appreciate. Like, I'd like to think that I'm very forthcoming with like the inner workings of my life and stuff, but there are some things that I keep private, and you guys are always very cool with that, which makes me happy. I'm always worried, actually, that I'm doing the reverse, that I'm prying into people's lives because I'm interested. And so I know firsthand what it's like to be like, "Oh yeah, tell me about your deepest, darkest desires." And then just being like, "All right, Emmy, maybe not everyone wants to get that intimate that quickly." But it's nice to, like, slowly but surely introduce you guys to the various aspects of my world, which also has to do with the mystery challenge that we're kind of funding at the moment. So if you guys want to know about something funny and cool of my life that I haven't told you guys yet, that's what that challenge is for. You're very welcome to like donate your cherries to see what it is, because I'll tell you guys, but then I'll also show you, because it's something funny to show you guys the proof in the garage. So I don't know if that gives anything away, but yeah. Anyway, I think we're in ads right now, so this might be a good time for me to have a little break. I need to get some fucking fresh air. And yeah, I'll see you guys in like a minute or two. I'll probably take a pee break as well. And let's see. Yeah, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. we're back. And actually, it's a lot cooler out in the main area. So hopefully I don't get too sweaty again. Thank you, Cody. And yeah, the music is funky, isn't it? I don't know, I love it so much, but the second song that plays, I don't know if it played just then, gets me fucking like muted every time. So I might change it eventually. But until then, enjoy the funky, what is it, like Pokemon remix or whatever it is. What I want to do now is something that I'm sure you guys have missed because I've missed it tremendously. Our affirmations and, oh yes, our little plug as well, which you guys know I do once per stream. It's what keeps me able to actually stay here with you guys and, you know, stream full time, which I know it's been a little bit dicey. We'll start with our affirmations and then we'll go to our little plug. But yeah, it does sound a bit like The Price is Right. This is what we like to do once per stream, as you guys know, though it's not my original words. This is something that the lovely Amy Walker originally came up with. So if you click on the link there, you can check out the video that I just blatantly ripped these words from. And so I'm just the messenger here. So I hope this makes you guys feel as wonderful and, you know, as all warm and fuzzy on the inside as it makes me feel getting to say them. So without further ado, yes. Yes, you are. You are ready. You are equipped. You are connected. You are unique. You are gorgeous. You are loved. And my personal favorite, you are alive. Thank you for being here in this stream, friend. You know, enduring the little hiatus that we went on for about a week. And more importantly than that, of course, for being here on this earth in general. I know it's not always easy, but it is always, 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 always important. And I really do believe that we can make life good for one another. And that's worth fighting for, at least in my opinion. So thank you guys. And yeah, I love them so much. Tim, you say you were trying to remember them driving to a date last week. That's so cute. I hope it went well. It's just like the best like fucking list of words. It just covers all bases in my eyes. And especially ending with that, you are alive. Because like, yeah, damn, I am, you know? And sometimes, you know, it's just like all you need to hear. And so, yes, that's from the lovely Amy Walker. And she has a bunch of other fantastic videos. She's like a performer. She does accents. And sometimes I just check in and see what she's up to. Sometimes she's going really crazy and experimental with it, which is always something that I'm like keen to check out. You know how I feel about experimentalism. And so, yeah, Amy's words, they feel more real for me when you say them. That's a nice thing for you to say, Cody. And, you know, I feel like everyone has their own interpretation of the words and also their own way of saying them. When I've had friends and even like my sister and stuff on stream and I've gotten them to do the reciting, it kind of brings out a different flavor, which is very cool. And hopefully if I have guests or / when I have guests on in the future, I can get them to say it as well. And maybe we can get like all different, a different prismatic, like, kind of mosaic of these little affirmations, because it's very individual and personal, but at the same time it's very like communal and whole. And I know that sounds a bit oxymoronic, but I don't think I can describe it any more accurately. So as a kind of shot chaser, here's our little plug as well. So if we come here, this is my merch store. I had my mum, she's bless her, I had her deliver an order while I was away because, you know, obviously I didn't want the order to take longer than it needed to. So my mum actually put it together and sent it off without me, which was very nice of her. We have a business account, so she just like, you know, paid for the postage through that. And I was very grateful. And so if you guys are interested in anything from here, please just eat your heart out. Here's the link, and there it is. I honestly feel like, you know, it's not just merch, but it's kind of like cool artwork that you can enjoy, whether it's enjoying on your body, like an apparel, or something like the postcards or the posters that you can put on your wall. I've been meaning to finish off decorating this room actually by not only getting some lights, a fan, and some other little knickknacks, but also putting up some of my extra posters on the walls. Even if you guys can't see them, it's just like, I don't know, it feels like it would make this room feel complete. There you go. And yeah, I think recently also Sea Locket got a mug, which I was curious to see how it would turn out, and he said it was printed perfectly and that the mug was nice and comfortable, large enough for, like, you know, a sizable amount of liquid. And I was happy to hear that, because it's the only thing that we don't actually make in-house. Everything else we make at my mum's house with, yeah, all printed and everything laminated by ourselves. But the mug, we're just like, we're not that skilled to print on ceramic. And so, yeah, if you guys would like to support this channel, and you're not really big into subscribing, which is fair enough, especially with the ever-increasing price of subscriptions, etc., then I think this is a pretty cool little corner of the internet. And so it's, yeah, it's my little burgeoning business. And there are some cursed things like the Squidward, Emmy under the sea, and some not so cursed things like that could actually pass as genuine, you know, artwork that you could frame or like sticky tape up on the wall, or hopefully, you know, safely put up on the wall without wrecking the paint. So, or the postcards, which you can genuinely use as postcards, like you can send them out or just keep them for yourselves. So yeah, that's my little plug over. And I do that once per stream because I feel like I don't need to belabor the point, but it's nice to just let people know that it exists, because otherwise how would anyone be alerted to the fact? So my job is basically just to be like, hey guys, there's actually a store, and then just move on. So and yeah, some of your artworks on the walls would be so cool. I feel like, I don't know, it's hard to see now, but there is some wall space like there, up and down, and maybe even on the door here. But yeah, it's a slow process. Something that is important to me though. So sooner or later, even if it's like even in a different part of the house, but I can still show you guys on my phone. That could be cool too. Anyway, yeah, cool stuff. Cool, like, fucking projects and stream ideas ahead, which is very fun. The air conditioner or the fan is my top priority though, because it's so freaking hot. It's so hot in here. And I even have the air conditioner on in the lounge room, but like, it doesn't reach. This is the furthest away from the lounge room as you could possibly get, and so I had no hope, no singular hope of feeling it from here. But anyway, what the hell? Seriously, I don't know if it's this bottle or what, but is it this bottle? I feel like I spill water on myself every single time. I hope that's not indicative of some other problem. I've got spill wateritis. Anyway, yeah. So as we like get back into a regular schedule, I'm going to be focusing a multifaceted approach. Sorry, was that English? I'm going to be focusing on a multifaceted approach with my website, the stream and the channel, the Discord, and yeah, just like, you know, getting back into the swing of things, trying to find a schedule that won't be too overburdening, because, you know, sometimes streaming every day, you literally just run out of stuff to say, you know what I mean? It's like, what's happened between the last stream and now, if you've just streamed like 6 hours ago, not really much. And so it's like the kind of thing where I want to make sure that I'm actually providing some cool stuff, or just like finding topics to talk about, while not feeling like I'm repeating myself. And so, yeah, I think it's possible. but it's a bit of a work in progress. There's a lot of experimentation that goes on and a lot of hoping and sometimes stumbling, but failing forward is the key. So yeah, every other day did seem to work well. I don't know. We might have to go back to that. We'll see. We'll have to see. But yeah, just know that you guys are always on my mind. Like Elvis says, you are always on my mind. You are always on my mind. Even when I'm away. And so, yeah. We'll have to see. But anyway, for this next 2 hours, I don't know, what do you guys want to do? Like, there's so much to talk about that I don't even know where to start. Also, I wanted to ask my favorite question, which is how are you guys feeling in one word or less? For me, I'm always overpowered by the word too hot because it's fucking sweltering in here. But besides that, in one word or less, I'm feeling... what's like a word for on a come down? Kind of like that. And so, yeah, I want to know how you guys are feeling in one word or less. And even less than one word is acceptable. Just silence speaks volumes. Cody, feeling content? That's wonderful. Tim, you're also feeling content. That's fantastic. It's nice when like there's a general vibe, and especially if that general vibe is positive. Sometimes I've asked that question before and literally everyone's like, oh, I feel horrible, I feel sick, I'm injured. And I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? But it's nice when the opposite happens and most people are feeling in high spirits. You know, there's something about the start of the year that always feels a little bit promising, you know? Like there's endless possibilities and so much life ahead of us. It's a nice feeling, and I feel like we're still kind of just coming off the holiday season, but it's not fully over yet. I think it's really over when like, you know, kids and stuff go back to school, which is, I think, at the end of this month or at the start of next month. And so, yeah, like we're all in holiday mode, at least for, you know, the Southern Hemisphere peeps. I know for the Northern Hemisphere, I think your big holidays are in the middle of the year, which is a weird thing. Like it's a weird thought for us down here. But yeah, we have our big summer holidays from December to like February, which is like the entirety of summer. Well, that makes sense, summer holidays. And so, yeah, it's like, it just makes me feel very, I don't know, very happy. And yes, content. Content is a good word because it's like, I think it's hard to be happy all the time, but it's possible to be content all the time, which is like, you know, what the monks strive for or something, isn't it? Like to just be at peace. And yeah, it's like a nice, calm, chakra aligned, if you want to go there, state to be in. And yeah, I don't know. It's something that I'm still working on. I don't think I'm always happy or content. I'm plagued like anyone else by various insecurities and anxieties. But like in general, especially when I get to see you guys, I feel like my life is enriched because of it, if that makes sense. It's kind of like in these little chats or discussions that we have, I'm kind of unraveling my own thoughts, which is helpful because otherwise things stay all tangled up and hard to make sense of, which is not a way to be. It's not a fun way to be, at least. It's like, yeah, it's a bit like getting a massage, but for your brain, you know? You kind of rub out those knots and then you feel more relaxed mentally. And so that's what talking here does for me, you know? It's like I can think out loud to you guys and often have you fill in some of the blind spots that I didn't even think of. And I come away feeling, well, a little bit sore throat, you know, because like talking out loud is kind of difficult for 4 hours straight. But to be a little bit more, I come out feeling, I don't know. There's a word for it, but I don't know the word. I want to choose my words carefully as well. Enriched is a good one. I come away feeling enriched and just like I don't know if grateful. I feel like grateful and humbled and gratified and all in one. Like, if there's a word for that, I don't know. I could probably think on it for half an hour, but yeah. I feel all of those things, and it's like it's really a blessing. So, yeah. Enriched. I like that word a lot. But anyway, you guys know that by now, hopefully. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe, yeah, every other day. We'll see. I forgot what I was going to say. And so we're going to move to our next segment, which is what I like to call Emily forgot what she was going to say. And thus we're going to play Words on Stream for a little bit. Because why the hell not? It's been a very hot minute since we've done anything like that. And it's a little bit of fun. So maybe I can even eat some peach rings while you guys play. Let's see here. I did hear about the fires in LA, actually. That's freaking crazy. And I hope that, you know, that it gets resolved. Like, as safely and as damage free as possible, though I know there has been already lots of damage and lots of, you know, kind of destruction. But again, that was kind of something that happened all while I was away and I had no access to the internet. And so I was like, did I just pin that? That's crazy. I was like so shocked to see that on the very brief amount of time that I could actually connect to the rest of the world from my phone. And I was like, oh fuck, what's actually going on here? And so I'm just, yeah, I'm hoping that everyone's okay. Like, my heart goes out to the people living there. And yeah, even some content creators that I really like, just thinking about them. As for how to play this, you just type in the chat and it should come up. And I'm gonna have a couple of peach rings, guys. I don't even have to go mini anymore, because I don't have braces. How fun is that? Also, let me know if the music is like too loud or too quiet or anything like that. Is the fire still going? It's awful. I've heard it's also, it was, some of the fires were intentionally set. Is that true? Like by arsonists? If so, that's also horrible. Poor Cody and Tim, you guys are just like trying so hard without much, you know, much help from me at all. You can play one more time. This looks updated. Let's try one more time. Scam, cars. There we go. I actually have a streamer who lives there who got evacuated, but thankfully she was able to go back home. Yeah, I heard like some people had to be evacuated, like, you know, the cast of Good Mythical Morning. They had to like leave their homes and the studio and everything because it was too dangerous, but I didn't really get any updates. I think everyone was safe still, but yeah, that's horrible. It's like people's livelihoods, their homes, like their family homes. It's just like, yeah. Oh wow, mascara. Tim, that's awesome. Yeah, I just hope that this gets resolved as quickly as possible and that people get the support that they need, because it's just, yeah. You know, with natural disasters or, you know, half natural, half man-made, it's just very unfortunate how devastating they can really be. Can we do it, guys? Damn, these are so good. I wish I could give you guys one through the screen. They had to push back the Oscars, really? Damn. We tried, guys. That's okay. It's actually a good time to look at the Club Cherry video that I posted while I was away. I had to make sure that, you know, because I post every single Thursday, I had to make sure, all right, I'm going to make this video, find a song, because I had to go into my backlog of songs, find a song that I haven't posted before, which is getting increasingly difficult, and just, yeah, see if I can put together a quick little video, post it while I have internet. And so that's what this song became. And you can see the profile or the thumbnail there of me next to the big strawberry. That was a picture that I actually took on the way to the Elvis Festival. Because like let me see, like 4 or 5 hours in, so more than a few hours in, there's this kind of strawberry farm that unfortunately I didn't get to go into because it was closed. But they have this big strawberry that you can take pictures with. And so I was like, that's such a cool image, right? And usually when I'm going to make I keep saying profile pictures, thumbnail pictures for my videos, I just pick something that looks visually striking to me. And it's so cool, right? And because the song is about, even though it wasn't about parks, it kind of relates to parks. And I felt like it kind of goes together. And so we can listen to this now, and hopefully you guys enjoy. I had a great time. I think we should do this often. Say the word, I'll make it happen. 'Cause I think you should be mine. I don't mind where you wanna go. Say the word, I'm on the road. 'Cause I've been thinking all night of how I can get back to you, so I can do what I wanna do, yeah. I had a great time, and I think we should do this often. Say the word, I'll make it happen. This should be your ending music? That's such a great idea, Tim. I might just do that. Thank you. I had a great time. And if I can remember the chords, I can actually play it live for you guys every time we end stream. I think we should do this often. Say the word, I'll make it happen. My voice literally is dead. I've been thinking all night of how I can get back to you. There's my other song there. I think we listened to that already. And yeah, it's just kind of like a little ditty, which was written a while ago, but I felt like it fits so well for the idea of like going to this festival and just having a wonderful a wonderful time, you know, and wanting to do it all over again. So I was very grateful to find that in my drafts, or like, you know, in my voice memos, because I was like, have I posted this before? I can't remember. And it's getting to a point where now I have to kind of like go through all the videos that I've posted to just see and hopefully recognize by the title if it's a song that I've already used or not. And so, yeah, I'm glad that it was one you hadn't heard before. Anyway, it's funny that we're on YouTube now, because this is something I've been meaning to say to you guys for a while, but you guys know how we had that extended discussion about Daniel Henschel, this guy, right? And just how I felt like he would blow up in the next like year or so. Because he's basically like a performance artist who does the craziest shit ever. His thumbnails and his like titles are often extremely unhinged, and the video itself is no less unhinged. I was describing him as like a kind of modern, like, I don't know, a modern experimental artist where is almost like holding up a mirror to nature, in the sense of reflecting all the kind of ills, especially in an exaggerated format, of society back at us. Well, I saw, before I left for Parks actually, that this same individual made a post on Twitter, and I think he actually made a video as well, but it doesn't seem to be here that I can see, that might just get him thrown into jail, and I'm not even exaggerating. The subject matter is a little bit dicey and a little bit sensitive, to say the least, but he made a video about and I'm just going to be as candid as possible here without mincing words. He walked around his old high school, assumedly his old high school as he described it, and said he told a story about how he almost became a school shooter as he was walking around the school grounds. And he actually got a letter from like the local police saying that that's not the kind of thing you should be joking about. Like, he might be under investigation, and like they're going to be escalating this further. And I just thought it was so interesting because I'm in two minds about it, quite frankly. And I wonder if I can get it up if I go into Twitter here. Do I have Twitter here? I do agree that it is sensitive. It's a sensitive topic, and you know, I don't blame people for not only being mad, but also for, you know, for him to be receiving this kind of warning / backlash from the police. I fully understand why that has occurred. But at the same time, it seems to me so obviously, not like a troll, but like, it's just as sensitive and crazy as all the rest of the shit that he said before. Like, it's hard to explain, but let me get up his thing here. So, this is the video, which I'm not going to play, but I'll just show you guys the first little caption here. Yeah, it was the school grounds part that was I think, what pushed it over the line. So here. This is the video. Now, I've been burned before going on his page, right? I was almost a school shooter. And so this is the video. And yes, it is definitely more sensitive in the US. But the next few posts that he showed, don't mind that, was this thing here. On Saturday, January 4th, 2025, the Bel Air Police Department received information from John Carroll School administrative staff related to a disturbing social media video. The video was created by what appears to be a former student, Daniel George Henschel, full-on doxed, 28 years of age, Los Angeles, California. In the video, Henschel provides commentary and threatening gestures about how he was almost a school shooter in 2013. The video was made on the John Carroll School campus without authorization. Investigators believe that Henschel currently resides in California and was visiting relatives in Maryland when the video was created. So he posted that on his Twitter and said, hey guys, I might need a lawyer, you know, and then the next thing he posts is just like this blurry picture of him like in handcuffs, which almost looks like part of the bit as well. But it's interesting because, it's interesting because, don't mind that, he's always been outrageous. Part of his whole shtick is being extremely offensive, outrageous, and just like, you know, kind of a douche in a sense. Some of his characters are more douchey than others. But I do agree. I think it was being on the school grounds that pushed it just too far over the edge. But in a sense, I feel like this could be exactly what he wanted. Not fully. No one wants to go through the rigmarole of like the law system, etc. But every single worthwhile provocateur, in a sense, has had run-ins with the law. In a way. And so it's just interesting to see the progression of this guy and his work or his art. And I honestly didn't even watch the full video. I saw like the first few seconds and I was like, okay, yeah, I can see how outrageous this is. But like from the very beginning, his whole shtick has been about representing kind of all the worst of humanity in a sense, sometimes subtly, sometimes more overtly. I think the school shooter thing is very much more overtly, and especially in a climate like this where there are still shootings happening fucking every day in America. And like gun control is a hotly debated topic. Gun violence is as present as ever. And the trauma from those shootings lives on, not only in the people that were there, but in the future generations and in the people that, you know, knew those unfortunately deceased. And so he's taking this issue and in a way bringing attention to it through the like negative press. And so I don't know if that was his intention or if he was just trying to be provocative for the sake of it. But he's started in a way a discussion, which I think needs to be talked about, surrounding like the kinds of, not just the politics, but like the culture that seems to be present about what it means to own a fucking deadly weapon. And especially the kind of lax, from what I've heard at least across the pond, the lax background checks and regulations in place for people that want to own a deadly weapon, you know? And so it's weird because I know what he did was leaning towards the side of horrible, right? Rather than noble. Like anyone could say that. But like in a sense, I get what he's doing. I don't know. It's like, it's just weird because I feel like he's just talking about stuff that has actually happened. And sure, he may have done it in a very insensitive way, but is it more insensitive than the people who've actually done it? No. And because of the video and his style, I can only assume that he's showing, he made that video to show how absolutely, what's the word? How almost comedically pathetic those types of people are. You know, the school shooter types. He's not portraying those people in a heroic light, like the people that, the hybristophiliacs that are like obsessed with serial killers and murderers and stuff. He's demonstrating the ideology as being necessarily flawed, pathetic, and not at all worth looking up to or emulating. Yes, he talked about why he didn't do it, to my knowledge. And but at the same time, the thing that got people's attention was just the fact that he was there on the school grounds in the first place, talking about so brazenly about such a sensitive topic. And so it's weird because like, I know what he's doing, and I know that for the most part, what is in his mind, if I can so boldly make a judgment, is about engagement and, you know, upsetting people and being outrageous. But in a way, the secondary effect, whether or not he plans for it or not, is that he started as a very much needed discussion about this thing that we don't usually like to talk about, or we get all up in arms about, no pun intended, because people have very strong opinions, especially people that, you know, that hold very dear to them their First Amendment rights and et cetera, et cetera. Or is it the Second Amendment? I can't remember. The right to bear arms. And so if you guys want, we can watch the video together because like I said, I'd only seen the first few seconds. But I just want to give a severe warning. This is probably going to be quite sensitive, and even if it's meant to be in like, you know, even if it's meant to be a comedic, dry humor look at this culture, like, you know, people that end up falling down very dark paths and end up in the same position, it's still unpleasant to watch, even if it's meant to be making fun of those types. So if you guys are interested, I'm happy to watch it, but I just want to say it's like, I'm guessing it's not for the faint of heart, and it's not the kind of topic we normally cover, so just keep that in mind. As much as I love Daniel, I think it does not surprise me that this has caused people to be like, what the actual fuck? So let's watch this together.
I was almost a school shooter. 13 years ago, I brought an AK-47 to my sophomore year homecoming game. And I've spent thousands of dollars on therapy to figure out why. I had friends. I had a girlfriend. Maybe that's why I never took it out of the trunk. Maybe I just needed to think about it. Maybe I was sick of everybody telling me what to do, where to go, what to think. That's what my therapist says, at least. But I don't know. I think I just thought it'd be fun.
I feel like mountainous tomes could be written about just that short video. Let's see, before I make any further judgments, what people have to say about it. Going to jail over this is crazy. I just got punched for no reason. You see he's dressed up like Hitler. How do you keep getting bolder? Okay, that's kind of funny. What the fuck? Not a big fan of these personally. Leaving this up is crazy work. Maybe this dude shouldn't be allowed on school grounds. Timmy Wright in saying this is not a very sensitive way to end the video. It's kind of like the punchline though. And I feel like the thing that most people aren't getting is that he's making fun of that archetype. Like, he's making fun of, especially the blank faces that he makes throughout the video, just being like, he's making fun of those people that kind of think along the same lines as him. And so I feel like it's short-sighted of people to be like, oh, he's actually a school shooter or something like that, or to be like, oh, you know, leaving this up is crazy. Because like, all he's really done is said out loud the quiet part that, you know, assumingly, if that's a word, other school shooters have thought to themselves, you know? And so it's interesting to me how he's like the one getting lambasted for this, even though he's only kind of mirroring what is actually happening in America. Like, there are actual school shootings going on. And I think it's really interesting. But of course, it's like people don't like to hear about the reality of that, even if it's in a kind of insensitive, parodic video. Because looking at it too closely just reminds you of, I guess, the reality of the situation. And that's kind of, yeah, it's uncomfortable. And so, I don't know, I feel like my my sympathies are with Dan. Because even, it's kind of like that Churchill quote or whatever it is. It's like, I might not like what you're saying, but I will defend your right to say it. And I feel like that's how I feel about Daniel. When he makes his outrageous, provocative claims or videos, it's kind of like, you know, maybe I wouldn't say that. Maybe I wouldn't do that. And maybe I would be embarrassed to do those things. But he's still doing something important in the sense of like pushing those boundaries. And yeah, you're right. It's also showing a different view of the situation. The thing is, I don't know what was going through his mind when he made that. I don't know if he was just trying to go for the most uncomfortable, insensitive thing possible. If he was just going based on the punchline. If he was actually trying to do something deeper than that, I can't know. But I feel like it has opened up some kind of discussion. And there were even people talking on the timeline about it that have long gone now because, like, you know, Twitter refreshing every second. They were having their own conversations about why it's insensitive, why it's like not okay. And yeah, you're right. It is kind of telling he didn't post it on YouTube. I wonder if it was just because I think before you post, they do a check. And if it's like, if it's too much, they just don't let you post it at all. But maybe it was intentional. And so I wonder why. If he knows deep down, like if it's just not like, you know, not okay. But it's weird because I still feel like he's doing what he's always done. And so when people are surprised that he's like dedicating himself to the bit or that he's like, you know, being outrageous and provocative, it's like, yeah, that's kind of what he's always done. And so, you know, I'm a Henschel defender, but these words may age like milk in the future. Let me just say that. He could end up doing something wildly offensive and indefensible in the future. But as it stands currently, I think that video is, it's doing a lot more than what meets the eye. And so it's kind of like, I don't know, I can understand why people would be upset watching it, especially people that live in the United States. It's a very sensitive topic and like, especially people that have been affected by gun violence. It can be like, just like, what are you doing? Making a mockery of this whole situation. But I think, you know, it's an uncomfortable discussion that needs to be had at a certain point in time. And he's kind of opening up that can of worms, even if it's, yeah, unintentional. I don't know. And so, yeah, just, yeah, keep in mind, I don't want this to age like milk in the next fucking 5 years. He says something horrible and I'm like, you know what? I rescind my approval. But yeah. Yeah, there definitely are way more sensitive ways to speak on it, but I don't think sensitivity was what he's ever gone for. He's going for outrageous is the only word I can think of. But yeah. He's going for trolling essentially. And so, yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, I've been meaning to talk about that for a while because we looked at his work for a whole stream at one point, and it was like I was talking about how much I like what he's doing and how I think it's so different from what everyone else is doing. And, you know, sometimes with that comes a little bit of, a reverence that goes a bit too far. And so, but yeah, you're right. Sometimes sensitive discussion gets ignored. It's the same kind of platitudes that get spoken over and over again. And it's like, well, when are we going to actually do something about it? Like, what's the wake-up call that people need? And so maybe that's what he's trying to do. But yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Let me just see what else I wanted to show you guys. Sorry. The camera is just doing its own thing. If you guys want to see what else he's like, these are some of the titles. So you can kind of get a feel for his channel, right? I caused my ex's death at this intersection, smiling with flowers. When is death the best thing for a patient? If anything comes out about me, I'm sorry in advance. Let's see. Meeting my son, in brackets, who I don't want, at the airport. Like, he's playing these characters that are meant to be the most horrible people that you can think of, right? Stalking my ex part 2. I think we watched some of that together. Yeah, it's like, it's hard to say what is actually his real persona. To be honest, I don't think we've even seen it yet. So yeah, it's hard to know what's authentic and what's not when his whole online presence is one big persona, or like a bunch of different personas all put together. And so yeah, I made a prediction that he'd be at like 1 million subscribers by like this time next year. And so we'll have to see. Maybe, you know, he hasn't posted in 13 days, at least on YouTube, and on Twitter he's a bit more sporadic now. I feel like the character, I don't know, it might end up shooting itself in the leg. And so all of Emma for once is the confidence to do some shit like this. It's crazy. Like, I feel like he does things that people would be way too embarrassed to do and say. And maybe that's part of the interest, because it's like you're looking at a specimen of like total unfiltered and unashamed, like fucking enterprising. By that I mean someone that's just doing their own thing in all of its like inappropriate, insensitive, and kind of like self-invested glory. And so I don't think I could be like this, but I respect the hustle. And I feel like it's very obvious that what he's doing is playing these characters, a bit like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, these horrible characters that, you know, it's like, yeah, we can only assume that it is a persona, because when you watch the videos, there are little tells here and there that make you feel like this can't be a real person, especially because they're different music, video to video. And so maybe his real persona is buried in each of these, but like, you know, it's just, it's like, it seems just so fucking cartoonishly evil sometimes, and borderline illegal with some of the stuff that he does. And yeah, it's just my hunch. He's got a cameo as well. That's interesting. But yeah. When's the Listen to Chat's music stream? I wonder if we could do that on Discord instead, because I can't listen to music on stream without being penalized for it. But I still, you know, we have our music channel in the Discord that I like very much. And I've been getting into more like new music recently. Actually, I've been getting into Billy Joel recently, which I know is kind of a meme. But I didn't realize how many songs of his that I already knew. I just didn't know it was by him. You know, like, of course, Vienna, like We Didn't Start the Fire, Uptown Girl, and a few others. I was like, oh yeah, I like that song. I didn't realize it was that guy. But yeah, if you guys post your music in the channel in Discord, then I can add it to my list, you know? Have you listened to this small artist called Playboi Carti? I have a cousin that really likes Playboi Carti. I'm not really that well versed in that kind of genre. Like, you know, I don't know what you call that genre, but that, rapping kind of style. But, you know, maybe one day I'll start streaming and just like open with a rap. That would be pretty cringe, but it's a possibility. And so, yeah, honestly, I haven't looked at the internet in like a week. And so I'm looking at my YouTube page now and it's just like, what the hell? So much new shit has happened. Apparently, like there's beef with like Dream and like all this shit. And I'm like, what the hell? There's beef on Twitter with like fucking, Neil Gaiman and all that shit. And so, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, have you guys seen Squid Game 2 yet? Dream needs to be ... Yeah. Honestly, I'm not fully up to date on the drama, but I was never really into the Minecraft YouTuber world, so it's like kind of all foreign to me. But I always thought that, there's lots of toxicity in those environments, and I wonder why. Is it the people? Is it the environment? It's maybe a bit of both. Apparently Dream is not a very nice guy. He needs that health insurance CEO treatment. That's crazy work. Oh gosh. Anyway, so let me just get rid of YouTube. It's too fucking distracting. yeah, it's weird. Like, I feel like I've literally missed an eternity's worth of news being away from like streaming. And so, fuck, yeah, it's crazy. Um, I need to like just spend a few hours or so just getting caught up on everything and yeah, making sure that I know who's like fucking who's G, who's been cancelled, and yeah. Um, as for if I was on the news at all, that's so funny because of the great parksing that I did. I wasn't personally on the news, but I know my couple of friends that I'd met there were actually on the radio describing the post-Parks blues, which is the sadness you get, you know, after you go see a concert or after you go have a really nice time, the come down from that. They were on the radio talking about that, and so that's wonderful. And so, yeah, it's kind of like, it's very funny and sweet, and I'm definitely feeling it right now. Though I'm kind of grateful that I can mitigate I keep saying Parks Post Blues, the Post Parks Blues by hanging out with you guys. And so, yeah, other people aren't as lucky. And so, yeah, definitely like adrenaline wearing off, just feeling like, oh, back to reality. No Elvises. I wish I could just have an Elvis serenading me at all times. And so, yeah, it's kind of, it's just a sad parting. But, you know, I'll be back next year. And so that makes me happy again. Post Parks Peaks might work better. Yeah, that's a mouthful for sure. But god damn, it was like a crazy fun time. And I'm going to be posting photos and a few videos soon as well. So if you guys want to know more about it or see like what it all involved, then just stay tuned. And so, yeah. Hitch, welcome in. I'm so glad to have you. My name's Emmy. We're just shooting the shit right now. When's the Emmy Watches Chats TikToks before it's deleted? Oh yeah, I was gone for a week and now I hear that TikTok's genuinely on the precipice of being deleted. What's all that about? Apparently there's a new app. I forgot what it's called, but it's like the name of it is in Mandarin, and that's a new app that people are flocking to in the preparation for deleting TikTok. So I've literally missed so much. I feel like I'm literally returning back to Earth, like an alien that's just touching down. It's like, oh, TikTok's gone. Dream is like this and that. All these new things going on. It's like, damn, I was only gone for like 5 or 6 days. God. And so yeah, I need to like just get my head back in the game. But it's interesting. Like I'm not really that big of a TikTok user, if that makes sense. I have one. I tried engaging with it for a bit and found that it was insufferably addictive to the point where I had to delete it from my phone, even though I still have an account. And so it's like, it's scientifically designed to be as addictive as possible, to get you kind of spending as much of your time and your attention and your emotions as possible on the app itself. Get you fired up and engaging, or get you like wistful and desirous so you can like purchase something that will make all your dreams come true. It's like they're manipulating you down to your most basic atomic emotions. And I feel like it's just, yeah. It's weird because, you know, people have become famous and made their fortune there. And so I think a lot of people are hoping the same will happen to them. And so they keep using it, almost like in that gambling sense. You know what I mean? It's like 99% of gamblers quit before they hit big type beat. It's unfortunate. And even the people that aren't really interested in that sort of thing, they're still hooked on it because it's algorithmically perfected to their exact most tastes. And that seems kind of dangerous to me, you know? For someone to have your number that severely, like that acutely, seems to be kind of crazy. And, you know, I only had it on my phone for like a day or so, and I was like, wow, this is eating up my life, you know? So it's kind of something that I just made the executive decision to just fucking cut it out, even though it wasn't something that, it was because it was too good. It's not because I was like, oh, this sucks. It was like, oh, actually, this knows me too well. I haven't seen sunlight in 24 hours, you know? And so, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like it breeds discontent as well within one's own life. You see people doing these cool, amazing things, You see them with all these products that you don't have, that they say are just life-changing and makes them so much prettier, wealthier, skinnier, bulkier, whatever you want. It's like there's a product for that. And if there's a product for that, it's being shilled to you online. And so it's kind of like, yeah, it's aggressive. It's very aggressive. And I don't know, I just feel like I prefer a softer approach in my own life and in my own dealings as well. Like, I have my own merch store that I plug once a stream. And I don't know, I just feel like I prefer to do it in a way that seems a little bit more optional instead of being like, if you don't fucking buy a shirt, I'll find you and I'll kill you. It's more just like, you know what, it exists, you're welcome to check it out, and it's a passion project, as opposed to being something like, oh, you will cry a million tears if you don't have this in your life. It's like, I don't know, it just seems a bit slimy to me. But yeah, it's interesting. And so yeah, a lot's happened. TikTok maybe shut down. Yeah, the Prime Minister of Canada is stepping down. It's weird. I thought that it's Trudeau, right? That he was generally well liked. But then as I kept reading more and more, it seems that he fell out of public favor recently or something like that, which is interesting. I think maybe it's because he was like kind of younger and maybe, conventionally attractive, that he got a bit more of a pass. But it seems like he's pretty severely fallen out of favor, which is weird. I'm not that well versed, especially with Canadian politics, but it's it's just an interesting situation. And I wonder if he just had enough, or if there was wasn't there some scandal involved? I'm not quite sure. It's weird. I think politics is a ruthless kind of environment, literally. Like, I'm politically, what's the word? I understand the importance of politics, and I have my own politics that I don't really talk about on stream, because as soon as we get into that topic, it's just like an immediate immediate chaos ensues, right? It's just how it goes. But I don't know. I think I still need to do a bit more learning to feel confident in some of my assessments, because I have a general sense of how I feel is the correct way to be politically aligned, or at least the most aligned with my own axioms, which is to maximize pleasure and minimize suffering. Certain ideologies definitely fall into those categories. But I know nothing, Jon Snow, about what it means to run a country or a government or anything like that. And so it's mainly theoretical, the thoughts that I have and the politics that I kind of live my life by. And yeah, it's one of those things that I try to choose my words carefully on, because I know how inflammatory it can really be. And so yeah. Hitch says, for TikTok, I think it attracts more to things that give you immediate need satisfaction than things you're really interested in, but it takes more time to get interested in. Yeah, I feel like that's true. It's like a weird game that it plays where it kind of, it knows exactly how to dole out the dopamine to get you just hooked, right? It sometimes takes a while because it needs to know you and learn how you operate, what you skip versus what you watch over and over again, the topics that you look up and stuff. So it needs to fine tune itself for a little bit. But once it's got you, it's it's as addictive as smoking, And so it's kind of, it's a little bit scary. When I was using it, it sounds like a drug, right? When I was using TikTok, I felt like it was just slowly digging its hooks into me, and I was growing more and more dissatisfied with not only my life, but the way I looked, the way I spoke, my level of elocution, my articulation, because what you're seeing online, especially with the short form content like TikTok, you're seeing this hyper palatable, hyper curated version of people, their lives. You're seeing the highlights and the best bits usually, and you're seeing I don't know, this algorithmically designed to be addictive personalities and their bodies and their faces, especially people that have the disposable income to really, I don't know, to really change all of their material conditions, the way they look, the way they live, the things that they have, to reflect these not really accurate portrayals of like life, you know? I don't know, it's just weird. And it's kind of, it comes with the territory in a way of being online. But it's like, it can be quite insidious, and I don't know, it's not for me. I think I'm very much on the opposite end of the spectrum. Like, I really prefer long form content. And when I say long form, I mean like hours long. I don't mind a YouTube video that's like half an hour or so. They can be very fun and informative. But if I'm going for like authenticity, it can be quite hard to fake who you are for like fucking, you know, we do 4-hour streams at least when we show up versus like 4 minutes. I could probably be a different character for a couple of minutes and have it be mostly believable versus trying to do that for 4 hours. Like, you would just slip. You would slip up. You would say something that gives away the game. And I think in a way that's why Daniel Henschel, to come back to him, is so interesting. He's able to maintain that facade, and it's quite obviously a facade. Even though, Cody, I think you were right in saying before there's always truth in a joke. He's able to maintain multiple different facades over very extended periods of time, especially because it seems like he's improvising a lot of what he's saying. And so it's kind of like, that's what stood out to me when I was first getting into his videos. He seems to be able to maintain these fucking crazy, outrageous, insensitive personas for, you know, hours at a time without breaking character. And that's really interesting. It's as fucked up as it is, it's kind of impressive. And so, yeah, he also does short form content. But anyway, I'm getting off track. I think I tend to prefer the long form content, especially like, you know, Shads and stuff. We talked about him last time I streamed, and he actually popped in while I was talking about him, which is quite funny. Sometimes he does fucking 11-hour streams, 20-hour streams, because he just lost track of time, which, you know, is just the way he is. And he's the exact same from minute 1 to fucking minute 1,000 and something, because he's just like that. And I've had the pleasure of meeting him in person, you know, having brunch and like going to get massages and everything. He's exactly the same, you know, he's just the same person on stream as he is off stream. And that's kind of, I don't know, it's nice. It's nice, full stop. And I feel like the same could not be said for a couple of other people, you know, whether they're YouTubers or streamers or whatever. I feel like it would be a very different experience, and sometimes not always for the better, if that makes sense. For me, I'd like to believe I'm relatively similar. Maybe I'm more shy in person. I'm not sure, probably. Because the thing about streaming is you have to be constantly talking and just like, you know, being present and on, in a sense. In person, I tend to be a little bit more, what's the word, diplomatic, as opposed to, you know, fucking dictatoring over here. It's a one-way monologue, and that's kind of by design. In person, I'm not as overpowering. At least I hope not. And so, yeah, it's kind of interesting. The actual medium can sometimes change the content itself. You know, it's like form informing function, which is like also something you see in other kinds of art as well. In writing, of course, in like the creative, like theater and stuff like that. And so, like, if you have a 30-second window to say something, you're going to choose your words differently to if you have like a 30-minute window. And so, yeah, that goes for all different kinds of disciplines. Anyway, you're very pretty. Thank you. That's a nice thing to say. Cody says, I don't really use TikTok. Maybe it's who I am, but never saw the appeal to scrolling it endlessly like some people do. It's like, I don't know. It's just fucking addictive. It's so, it can creep up on you slowly. Like, you start to use it a little bit here and there, and then all of a sudden you're just like, oh my gosh, I've spent all day on this and I haven't gone outside and I haven't seen my friends and people are worried about me, you know? And it's weird. Maybe some people are more like, have more of that addictive personality than others. Certainly I do. I feel that way about certain things, you know. I can get very attached and obsessed, whether it's like a game, like a project that I'm working on, a song. Like, I just kind of fall desperately into a kind of hyperfixation, not to use that word lightly. And so maybe those types of people are more susceptible. But I feel like the engineers that kind of have designed and meticulously fine-tuned this app know what they're doing, and they're trying to make people, even the non, like, highly susceptible, they're trying to turn them also into repeat customers, ideally 24/7, which is kind of scary to think about. But yeah, what country am I in? I'm in Australia, even though my accent can sometimes throw people off. Maybe if I start talking like this, mate, it'll be a bit more obvious. I can be a bit of a bogan sometimes, but usually, mate, I speak a little bit more like, I don't know, ambiguous. Not by design. It's just something that has happened. I used to sound very much like a bogan when I was a child, and then it kind of just got taught out of me at school. Taught out of me, mate. Sometimes it slips out here and there, though. Ever seen koala bears in the wilds? I actually have. I think I have. And I also recently, this was not at parks, not at the Elvis Festival, but before that, I actually saw an echidna in the wild, which is kind of like a porcupine, if you guys know what that is. Porcupine. And yeah, it was just like I was on a little bushwalk and I just saw it there. And I was like, oh my God, I've never seen one of these in the wild before. And so it was very cool, and got a couple pics of it too. It was like very shy. So there was people like walking around like back and forth up the trail. And it was only when there was like kind of a quiet gap in like all the foot traffic that it would just come out. And yeah, it was like just so cool. Anyway, koala bear. I've also seen a kangaroo in the wild. There's actually plenty here, not in like the suburban areas, but if you go a bit further out, you'll see them. It's like they're just hopping about or just lounging about in some of the parks and stuff like that. It's really, it's cute. And so, yeah, some of the memes are inaccurate about Australia, like riding a kangaroo to school, but some of them are pretty close, close to the truth, I would say. And so, yeah. As for the stitching on my shirt, oh, I'm glad you asked. So this looks like, to me, this is my interpretation, by the way, a lipstick, a key here, and then there's another lipstick, what looks to be like a perfume bottle or like a sponge, and then two more keys here. And this actually was given to me by a friend who was about to throw it out. And it's now one of my favorite jumpers because it's just so comfortable, even though it's shrunk a few times in the wash. But for some reason, I think blue is a nice color on me. I don't know why. Like there are certain colors that I wear, like some yellows and some browns that I just look absolutely horrible in. I don't look that good in tan colors either. But then there are some colors that, I don't know, for some reason I just feel more comfortable in. And I think it's because of like the pale skin, dark hair combo. It's like a lot of jewel tones seem to work nicely on me. When I say jewel, I mean Jewel. Jewel. See, I can't pronounce that. And so, yeah. The more you know. I'm also wearing blue jeans, but I don't know if you guys can see that. Anyway. Yeah, and Cody, thank you. I like to think that you and certain other streamer I hang out with are the kind and real people you show on here. I think you know who I'm talking about. Yes, I think I know too. It's like, it can be fun to play characters sometimes. It can be fun to like, we've seen Emmycherry before. We've seen some of the other characters that haven't had an appearance in a while. And they have their own, like, fun moments, right? But to do it 24/7, it's just like, no way. It's exhausting to be someone that you're not. It's like a whole other layer of computing that I don't think I have the mental bandwidth for, to be quite honest. And so, yeah. I do agree that sometimes deleting social media apps can be the best solution. It's not always feasible for everyone, but I think if the option is available, it's a good choice. Because like, some people make their living online and so it's not really available for them. But if, you have no connections to that online world and you can just live in the real world, it seems like a good way to be. Because, I spent the past week offline and I felt just more connected in general, which is weird because originally the internet and everything was meant to be about connecting people, but it seems a bit counterintuitive that a lot of the times, at least nowadays, it seems that we're more disconnected than ever before. And so, yeah, it's interesting, you know. QB, welcome in. I'm glad to see you, my friend. It's nice to see you back on Twitch. It's nice to be back. You know, it feels like I haven't really had a solid schedule in a while, but that's very soon about to change because, you know, I got this whole year ahead of me and things are looking good, you know? Things are looking very, very good. And I feel like 2025 is our year. You know what we've talked about. We're going to thrive in 25. And it's like, yeah, I've got a good optimistic feeling inside. And sometimes that's all I need to have conviction, you know. But yeah. And of course, yeah, if you end up changing your name, like just let me know and I'll be like, oh, that's right. My friend. But yeah, 2020 thrive is a good way to put it. My first port of call is to get a fucking air conditioner in here. Then my second port of call is to get a like little projector, a galaxy projector for the back. And then I forgot what else I was going to do. Put up some posters and et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be nice. But yeah, first a fan. Hopefully one that doesn't make too much noise. Because like I've even got the doors open right now and it's still fucking hot. It's hot, guys. It's too hot. Reminds me of Cat in the Hat. The little fish in the jar. He's like, it's too hot. And then the Cat in the Hat is like, well, do you want to go back in the toilet? And then the fish is like, oh, on second thought, it's such a beautiful day. Why waste it inside? That's literally me. So it's too hot. I should cover my entire room in Germa screenshots. Honestly, that's not a half bad idea. I've been away from the internet and away from Germa for so long now. And like, you know, I've been trying to behave myself. I feel like I need some Germa like kind of infused into my life. Even though, yeah, I'm trying to avoid any kind of restraining order, but still that could be a nice little homage to my inspiration personally, even though he's basically retired now. Yeah, Germ merch is exactly right. How could you betray your true love like this? I know, it feels so, this room will not be complete without even like, you know, without one picture at least. So don't worry, I'll get right on that. And who is Germ? Oh gosh, don't get me started. He's only the coolest, most amazingest, most strangest with a question mark streamer ever. Though he doesn't really stream much anymore, which is very sad. You guys hear that? It was like a motorcycle outside. It's very sad to me because I basically started streaming because of him. And then as soon as I started streaming, he stopped. So it was like, fuck. Yeah, I kind of missed the boat. But maybe I can be his successor if I even dare put our names in the same sentence. Because I feel like my sense of humor is largely not inspired. I don't know if that's how a sense of humor works, but it's like similar to his. That kind of silliness and irreverence and kind of like, I don't know, left of field, wacky way to be. I really like that. And so, yeah. And yeah, you guys are my true love as well. So I could never betray you guys. But yeah, we definitely need some pictures up in here. I've only recently started putting up some artworks and stuff because I found these little, I don't know what they're called, but they're like Velcro strips that you put on the wall. So you don't have to nail, you don't have to like make holes in the wall if you're renting and not owning your house. Because I'm renting right now and my auntie owns this place and, you know, as lenient as she is, I want to make sure that I don't do anything too crazy and especially not too permanent to these walls. So I found these command strips, I think they're called, and like I'm just putting them up so I can put up some artworks. And yeah, I'm going to be putting up this too. which, like I was saying before, is a caricature drawing of myself that I got done at the Elvis Festival. And once we hit this goal up here, I'll show you guys, as well as the other thing that we're going to be doing, which is having a different outfit per stream. So maybe until, oh God, should I actually say this? Until we hit this goal, I might just be wearing this the whole time, because otherwise, you know, there's no real point. Fuck. I don't want to be wearing this the whole time though, because it's so hot and I'm already sweltering. So, yeah. My favorite German moment is when he's knee deep into singing I Got a Feeling by the Black Eyed Peas with no warning. A third of the way through, he's just like, let's talk about politics. It lives in my head rent free. That's hilarious. I have too many German moments that are my favorite to really pick one to narrow it down. But I really do like when he randomly starts beatboxing, like, or when he sentence mixes himself. Because, like, even separate to Germa and everything, as a kid, I was really interested in like YouTube poops and stuff like that. And people that make these silly, funny videos based on like movies, and like the Harry Potter YouTube poops were so classic. And a lot of the YouTube poops, they're like parody videos. They have sentence mixing, which is when you take what someone's saying and you just kind of rearrange it so it sounds funny or different or rude. And for some reason, he's able to modulate his voice so it sounds like he's being sentence mixed while he's talking. Like there's a small enemy spider, do 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 do, and it's like, how the fuck does he do that? I can't do it with my own voice. But yeah, it's like so bizarre, and he's just so creative, and he uses that creativity so well that it's quite admirable. Because a lot of the times, like, I feel like I have ideas, but a lot of them, like 80% of them, don't come to fruition because I'm either lazy or insecure or any number of things. But he has the follow through, and that's something that I can admire. Though recently, in fact, there's been a meme that he's been like delaying all of his streams. He delayed like 5 times in a row and people getting really mad. And I was like so hyped for each time. But then the one time he didn't actually delay, I couldn't actually make the stream and I was sad. But, you know, I feel like because he's retired now, it's like anytime he wants to stream is like a bonus. So, you know, beggars can't be choosers type beat. But yeah. I have a soft spot for that man. When I talk about him, I hope you guys know that it's with the utmost love and respect possible. Because, like, I would hate to think someone that I admire so deeply, if they were to see or hear about how I talk about them, if they were to be uncomfortable or, like, you know, kind of put off, then that would be the worst possible outcome. And so, even though we can sometimes be a little bit thirsty, that's just our nature, you know? It's like the same amount of respect and just complete and utter, like, I don't know. Just, I don't want to say admiration and sound too lovesick, but just a feeling of kinship, I suppose, that is nothing but love. I don't want to be objectifying unless he's okay with that, ayo, or in any way too forward, because yeah, I just feel, you know, I'm grateful that he exists, basically. And so, yeah, even though we do talk about him a lot, and there's that poem, and yeah, there's just like, it's a whole thing. Oh gosh. And so yeah, that goes for all the people that we talk about. I'm never trying to overstep my boundaries or their boundaries, if that makes sense. So and welcome in. I'm glad to see you. Do your eyes deceive you? No, not at all. It's Emmy shining bright like a gemmy. That's cute. She may have left us for a little, found a new place to dwell, but sorry, Lonely Street, this ain't the Heartbreak Hotel. I'll be so lonely, baby. Oh, I'm so lonely. I get so lonely, I could die. Damn, I heard Heartbreak Hotel like once when I was at the festival. And when I heard it, I was like, oh yeah, this is my favorite. I was like going off. Because like, you know, every year the set lists and stuff are very different. And so I forgot to tell you guys the next year's theme. The next year's theme for the Elvis Festival is Love Me Tender. So we're going to see what that looks like. I don't think I've even watched the movie. Just give me a sec. Love Me Tender. Love me tender, love me sweet, never let me go. You have made my life complete, and I love you so. Oh my gosh. Can we please work on some music together sometime? Absolutely. I adore your voice. That's so sweet. Honestly, and I know a lot of the stuff I post on YouTube is already kind of has music put to it and stuff, but if you guys want to take those videos and those songs and do whatever you want to them, remix them, add your own stuff to them, you're more than welcome to. All of that stuff is free use for all of you guys, and it's copyright free. You guys can do what you want. You're never going to catch me copyright striking anyone, because part of one of my axioms is to have art be, at least my art, be as freely accessible as possible. That makes me happy. And yeah, I hope to keep it that way for as long as I can. So yeah, I don't know. That's just me though. Oh gosh. Would there be a way we as a community could help you shine? That's a very sweet thing to say. Thank you very much. Honestly, just keep doing what you're doing. Hopefully having a nice time. That's the goal. Just like, giving me the time of day is an incredible honor and something that I don't take lightly, just so you guys know. It's something that feels surreal even now, like over a year later, to think about the fact that people would want to spend their time here out of all the places they could be. It's just, yeah, it's an incredible privilege. And so if I could choose anything, it would be that. Because, like, how could I ask for more? I'm already so lucky and blessed. And I feel like when it comes to the goals that I want to achieve, a lot of the time the limitation is not on your guys' side of the fence, if that makes sense. It's on my side, either not being as productive or putting in the work, and that's just, yeah, it's a me problem. So it's yeah, just being here is, of course, all I could really ask for. And yeah, it's like we're already at over 1,700 community members of the Cherry fam, and that's like, holy shit, that's wild to me. Like, what can I even say except thank you very, very much. And especially because I know the production quality suffers, and it's like when you compare it to something like Shad's stream, for example. I know comparison is the thief of joy, but it's like it's a very different vibe. The scuffedness is kind of built in here, and I'd like to believe that the discussions that we have and the silly moments that we have can hopefully make up for it. But still, I understand that people kind of want quality out of the media that they consume. And there's lots of streamers doing not only funny, entertaining, hilarious things, but they're also got like movie level quality. And that's something that I can't really achieve right now. But you never know. Maybe in the future, though I'm still a bit wary of showing you guys like, fuck, this face, this old mug in 4K. That's something that no one needs to see. I feel like this webcam in its flaws can be kind of forgiving. So yeah. How should I ask a girl out? A poem. I mean, a poem is a nice way to do it if you feel so inclined. It tends to work for me. It's like 80% of the time it works 100% of the time type beat. Especially if it's like, if it comes from the heart. That's my advice. QB has a poem here and now. So a rap lyric for you all to ponder on. Lyrical, miracle, spiritual, individual, criminal, subliminal in your swimming pool. I nearly got it. Oh gosh. I'm a lyrical, miracle, spiritual, individual, criminal, subliminal in your swimming pool. Oh my gosh. Yeah, wow. It wasn't that like Eminem? Didn't he do something like that? But yeah, a poem is good. I'm happy to share my poems with you guys, but rapping, that's not for me. Well, I mean, I enjoy it from other people, but doing it myself, I feel like that exact face. Oh shit. As for reactions, I'd love to do a whole stream of reactions in the near future. Maybe not this week, but the next week. Like have a queue and just have people suggest things. Because yeah, it can be a bit tricky when it comes to music. Some things get you copyright struck, some things don't. Some things give you a warning, you know? And so that's bad because if you get 3, then your channel gets deleted. And so I don't want that. Of course, I don't want that. So I have to kind of be careful sometimes when it comes to listening to music. But yeah. Gift wrapping is more my style. That's hilarious. Mine too. Night says, as you opined on before, we as individuals may have plenty of choices, but we choose you. That's very sweet. You present immaculate vibes, bring forth the best conversation and inclusive diversity, and are just a great soul. That's a very, very sweet thing for you to say. And honestly, it's a two-way street, guys. You know, I couldn't talk like this and I couldn't be so forthright if I didn't feel comfortable and if I didn't feel like you guys had the bandwidth for it. You know what I mean? It's like you guys are all very sensitive and intelligent, and I mean sensitive in the best way. These are the kinds of conversations that I can't have with certain people because I know they just wouldn't get it. You know what I mean? And so you guys get it, and that's something that is quite the privilege. I feel like I'm not afraid to go certain places. Well, you know, barring a few politics, cough, cough, because you guys are very open-minded and willing to hear me out, even when it takes a while to kind of wander into a point. And it's nice of you to say that you've thought that since the first time you came into this stream. It is a safe space and a happy place for me too, which is why I get a little bit crazy and a little bit homesick when I'm away for too long. And so, yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's very touching to me. And I don't know, it's a little bit in my feels, actually. I'm going to get to in my feels. We should save that for our fucking 2-year reunion. But it's like, I feel as if, I don't know. You guys make my life better in every category. And so that's something that I can't ever repay, but hopefully my sincerity comes through. And so, yeah. Happy Hippo, I saw you came in before. I hope you're well. Yeah, what the fuck is up, guys? We out here doing bad shit. And the barber, hello. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, we out here doing bad shit, you know? And I feel like this year we're all going to amazing places. I was just going to say places, and I thought I should be more specific. Amazing places. And the thing about streaming is that it really is so versatile. I can do this whenever I want, however long for, and with whoever I want to. Sooner rather than later, I'm going to invite one of my best friends on stream. She is an incredible individual, one of my ride or dies, you know? Like, I would do anything for her. If she called me up and said, fuck, I just killed someone, I need you to come help me bury the body, I'll be like, I'm on my way, you know? And so I can't wait for you guys to meet her. I feel like as soon as you do, you'll immediately be like, Emmy, move over. We want Ragamuffin now. And that would be fair enough. I'm still deciding what we're going to do. And also, before I actually invite her, I need to get her to sort out this situation with the fan because it's way too hot in here. And I don't want to put her through that, you know? It's like, I want to make sure she's as comfortable as possible. She, in high school, because we were like, you know, we were very close in high school. We still are, but we don't obviously spend every day together anymore, unfortunately. I always noticed that she was like drawing and doodling and making incredible pieces of art. And I don't know if she still keeps up the practice, but I was hoping that she could draw something for us on the stream in the same way that last time when I had my friend Alex over, the saxophonist, we had a little goal, which was I think $50 to $100. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was 50, which we ended up going over or something. I will have a goal set up, and then she will draw something, maybe something of your guys' choosing. And yeah, a paint and sip. That sounds beautiful. That's a really great idea, actually, because she actually makes a very mean margarita. And, you know, I don't drink really, but sometimes I make the exception for her little concoctions because she, yeah, she's very good. And she also makes some really nice, what's it called? It's like a wine that you can make on the stove with like oranges and cloves and all these spices. Fuck, I can't remember what it's called, but she makes a great version of that. It'll come to me in the middle of the night tomorrow or something, like, anyway. It's like sangria. It's like spiced wine or something. Fuck. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, mulled wine. That's right. Thank you, Tim. She makes a great mulled wine, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic. And it always fills the house, whoever's house we're at, because usually this is at Philosophy Club. It fills the house with this beautiful smell of just like, yeah, this citrusy, clovey, cinnamony smell. It's gorgeous. And so, yeah, maybe we'll have a paint and sip. That sounds like a fun idea. I wonder how she feels about sangria. I haven't actually asked her. But I have to like get you guys to promise that if she shows up that you'll show all your love and support, because the thing about having a friend on stream is that you never know, like it could be a flop and that's so embarrassing. Like it could be a total flop if like, oh yeah, there'll be all these people here to like just chat to and it's like a really fun time. And like if I get there and it's just crickets and I'm like, oh fuck, that's actually so embarrassing. But I know you guys and I know that whatever happens, it'll be a fun time. So yeah, we'll have to see. I'm gonna boo her. That's hilarious. No one's gonna boo her because as soon as you see her, you'll be like, holy shit. She could honestly be a model, but she's too shy for that. Like she's too modest for that. But she's a gorgeous specimen. And so, you know, the thing is her good looks are the least interesting thing about her. And so, yeah, we'll show all the love and support, put it in a box and gift wrap it as well. That's perfect. What more could I ask for? And QB, as for your message here, Emmy, I've enjoyed every second I've spent in this stream. And the fact that you expressed that you consider me a real life friend if we ever met is not something I took lightly and deeply cherish. Well, it was my absolute pleasure. In a completely platonic way, I have so much love for you. That's so, so sweet. And I meant it, you know. I try to choose my words carefully. And that's why sometimes I double back and like go around a point. It's because I'm trying to be as accurate as possible. And it's like, you know, I know the power of words, and that's why I try and say exactly what I mean, and not just for the, what's the word, like the politeness of it. You know, it's nice to be polite, and certainly we all have our moments, but I tend to prefer, you know, even at the expense of politeness, being as real as possible. So it's my pleasure, and it's true. I do very much cherish my time here with you guys as well. And so, yeah, I can't wait to introduce you guys to my friend, because you're going to love her even more, like even more than you love me, which is, yeah, it's crazy. I know. And we'll see whether we're painting and sipping or if we're cooking. She wanted to do a cooking thing. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. It's possible, but that means we'd have a phone stream, which means less bells and whistles, you know, just a very simple chat on the screen, and that's basically it. When I'm sitting down here, I can kind of do a few different things. I can go onto the internet, for example. I can do these BRB screens. I can come here, do our affirmations, and there's like a little bit more variety for what we can do. There's also like more room. But, you know, I'm not opposed to whatever she wants to do, and just kind of allow her to feel as comfortable as possible, because yeah, this can be a very weird, scary thing to do, you know. Maybe go wild and do a paint and sip, chip and dip. That's a great idea. Honestly, I think she'd love that idea. Let me see if I can schedule it in for, I wonder if I can do it this week. I'll have to ask her when she's free. But if she's free on the weekend, she said she's going camping. Then we could make it happen pretty soon. Saturday might be nice, because then I'll be seeing her on Saturday and then on Sunday for philosophy club as well. So she must be back. But the thing is, we'd have to put aside this goal for a little bit. Is that okay with you guys? And I'll remember what we're up to and come back to it, because I can only really do one of these at a time, I'm pretty sure. My limited boomy knowledge. We'd start a new one and have it be like $50 or something, and just have it be like, if we reach the goal, then my friend Ragamuffin, I'm not going to say her name until she tells me it's okay to tell you guys, but her username is Ragamuffin. If we reach the goal, then Ragamuffin will draw ... something that you guys maybe democratically decide, whether it's like something Cat in the Hat related, Elvis related, Emmy related, or else-wise. She will make it come to life, and honestly, I think you'd be impressed. So, yeah. Let's check the Cherry handbook. We can make it work, guys. Yes, we can. Just flipping through. And so, yeah. I'm very excited. It's something I've asked her, like I asked her ages ago if she'd be interested, and then just stuff kept coming up. But yeah, as long as you guys are going to show all your love and support, that's all I could ever ask for. Because also, like, I've got the interview questions that I used on Alex, so it could be fun, because it's like you can learn more about our friendship. I've known her for over 10 years now. You can ask her about her life. And just you guys will get to learn about her a little bit more, which is something that I think will be fun for everyone involved. I slowly but surely want to introduce you guys to everyone in my friend group, those that are willing and not too shy, because everyone is so gorgeous, both inside and out, and I feel very lucky to have such a wonderful group of friends. Like, roughly 10 people in our circle, that like the main OGs, with a few people that kind of flutter in and out occasionally. And these people, I don't know. I just love them so, so much. And I feel like you guys will too. So, stay tuned. Stay tuned. And yeah, you guys get to learn more about me too, which is a little bit scary. There are times, I think, with Alex where I left him just to talk while I like left the room, and I wonder what he said. Like, my sister, when she was here and when she was left to her own devices, she would just tell embarrassing stories about me, of course, which is kind of what sisters do. But yeah, it's like with friends, it's different because it's a whole other side. It's more of the, in a way, a bit more of the real you, because, with family and stuff, there's always a little bit of reservedness, at least for me. And so, yeah. I can't remember the VOD. Oh my gosh. I'm sure that, because I think C-Locket made a video. Yes, I remember watching the video, but I can't remember exactly what he said. And so the Emmy lore runs deep, guys. I tell you that. And yeah, I'd like to think that most of it isn't that embarrassing, but a lot of it is. A lot of it really is. You guys are seeing Kichi's Corner. You don't need me to remind you. But yeah, it's all in good fun. And I think something as beautiful as like a decade-long friendship deserves to be like cherished. And yeah, she's one of the cool cats of the world. I think that you guys will just love her instantly. So she's also very funny. She's funnier than I am, which is, I don't know if that's saying much, to be honest, but yeah, I always have admired that in people. Like I've said, the thing that I really like the most in a person is their sense of humor, and she's got a really wicked and witty sense of humor. So yeah, it's going to be fun. If I can get it like all set up, you guys might be seeing her by the end of the week. And Cody, you have a friendship that's 29 years old. That's beautiful. I hope one day to be able to match that, because that's just, yeah, that's honestly what life is all about. Sometimes when I'm feeling like sad and lonely and depressed, I spend like a day with my friends and I'm like, oh, life really is worth living. It's like, it gets me back to my usual self. And that's, yeah, it's beautiful. There are some times like I miss the high school environment, not really because of the work and the cliques and everything like that, but just the fact that you got to see your friends every single day, just out of, happenstance. Nowadays, you kind of have to be more intentional, and that necessitates some cutting back of, time with them. But still, I feel like I cherish it even more now when we get to see each other a couple times a month, maybe, for philosophy club and then a book club and then other just random get-togethers. It's like, quality over quantity, I would say. And Air Knight says, this is one of the few reasons why this is one of my favorite chats and communities on Twitch. That's a very nice thing for you to say. Thank you very much. And one of only a select few where I dedicate an ample amount of undivided time and attention to, along with that extra eloquent nature. All in all, I love being here. Thank you, Emmy. You guys must have missed me because you're being very sweet tonight, but you're always sweet. But still, I feel the same way, like I feel so humbled to be here. And it's just, honestly, it might be inflating my ego a little bit too much. You guys can't be like this when I have friends over. Otherwise, they're going to be like, oh, wow, don't you have a little entourage? And I'll be like, I know, they're too nice. It's really my pleasure. And so, guys, we're going to make 2025 the best year ever for streaming, professional and unprofessional lives, in your love life, in your health life, family life, everything is just going up, up, up. And this might not be for everyone, but I think there's like a fucking full moon today. So, just make your moon waters if you believe in that kind of thing. What else? Do a little magic spell to hopefully get Germa to respond to your DMs. Oh, wait, sorry, that was me. Just enjoy the beautiful full moon. You guys are basically my hype people, so you guys can't inflate my ego too much or I'll become insufferably just, self-invested. But of course, you have to be yourselves. You're right, Cody. So if that is your heart's desire, who am I to stop you? Honestly, don't ever change, guys. You're just, you are the best. So, don't tell your friends about the secret stretch limo nightclub. Strobe lights will inflate that ego. Just be living this crazy, like, double life. It's like, oh, yeah, don't worry. That's just my own personal nightclub that we go to and just, like, hang out. This could be a nightclub if I had some music bumping, which honestly, most streamers do put music in the background. And I tried that for a little bit. Then I realized I actually don't like it. And I was like, wait, this is my stream. Why am I doing something that I don't like doing? And then hence the dead silence was born. It's only bad when I stop speaking. And so, we need Hannah Montana for real. But yeah, I'll see if I can tee something up, guys. I think it would be fun. But yeah, fan, aircon or fan, lights, camera, action. It's going to be a fun time. Slowly but surely you guys will meet all the other friends in my group, because they're like more or less all in the know now that I'm streaming. But yeah, it's still on the down low for a few people because I don't know, it's just like, it's weird. Sometimes I get a bit shy because it's like, oh, wow, you think you're so cool. Oh, you think you're so cool. It's like, no, I don't. I really don't. And I kind of just lucked into this. So I feel very, very blessed to say the least. But yeah, I'm glad you guys don't mind the lack of music for the most part. I do also like being heard properly because I have this issue usually in public, especially in louder places like bars, nightclubs. That was the one thing from the Elvis Festival that was a bit tricky for me, because a lot of the time there's like music playing, especially at the pubs and stuff. It's really loud, and I'm not a very loud speaker in general. Like one of my friends that I made there called me a little mouse because I don't like to raise my voice. And even when speaking here, I feel like I sometimes have to speak a little bit louder than usual because, that's just what you have to do if you're streaming, if you're presenting. And it's like, it's unnatural for me to raise my voice any louder than I'm talking right now. And so sometimes having to speak over music can feel a bit like I'm fighting for volume in a sense. So it's like, it's nice, and I feel like it's less distracting because for me, depending on the music, I can get very distracted by it, or like kind of feel like, oh, what if someone doesn't like the music? What if they want their own music? What if they're playing a game that has music and they don't want to turn it off? So I felt like it was the simplest answer, which is funny because it's like sometimes the simplest answer that's staring you right in the face takes so long to arrive at. And then I was just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I just don't need music. And so, yeah. A mouse. Yeah. So one of my friends was like, you're like a little tiny mouse. And I was like, thank you. I think it was meant to be a compliment. Like, but they were just trying to illustrate how I can be kind of quiet or at the very least, like I have no chance in a pub where the music is bumping. Like it's loud. It's loud enough that you could wear earplugs and still hear everything perfectly fine. And so, yeah, I was just like, oh, yeah, I guess that's right. And so that's why I've said before, this might be, I don't know what this is, but this is just how I feel. I've said that I do my best work one-on-one, which is like, you know, when I get to know someone, if I'm in a quiet place where it's just me and that person, I can really just be myself. And so like, you know, it's a kind of thing where I feel as if I'm in a group, I get more shy. If it's loud, I get more shy. If I feel in over my head, I get more shy. And so it's like, I have to remove those barriers to entry before I can really just start feeling like, oh yeah, I can really get invested in this conversation. And so this, in a way, I know it's not one-on-one, but it almost feels one-on-one because it's like, if you would consider the entirety of chat as like an entity in and of itself, then it's kind of, yeah, it's similar. It's obviously not the same, but it's like, it feels like you can kind of command the discussion enough that I don't have to fight for volume or attention or any of that stuff. So, yeah. I don't know if that makes sense. Jen only uses music because there is some dead time because she's working. Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. If you are like doing something art related, or if you're doing an activity, like for example, if we were to build this together, whoops, and I do want to build this, then maybe there would be some dead air because what we do mostly here is just kind of like chatting. I feel like it's kind of unnecessary. And so, yeah. There's another Australian streamer called Emmycherry. I think I heard of that like a while ago, which is very funny. I honestly, when I picked this name, I only picked it because it had a bit of a slant rhyme, like the E sound, Emmycherry. I was like, oh, that has a bit of a nice sound to it. And I didn't really look it up or anything. So I was just like, I didn't know if anyone else had the name, but then I think I put 4 because there was maybe an Emmycherry already. Or maybe I just included 4 because it's my birth date, like the 4th of December. Oh yeah, Cody, it must have been you that mentioned her. And I was just like, I don't know, I just found that very funny, like how niche but also popular it is. And so yeah, Emmycherry, Cherry, my Cherry sisters. There's actually another Cherry in a few other streams. Like I think in Shad's stream there's another Cherry, in maybe Cece's stream as well. And so I have lots of Cherry brethren, siblings, brothers and sisters, you know. And that's fine with me. But I will say, like, if I had to pick my actual favorite fruit, because sometimes people ask me, like, why did you choose cherry? Is it your favorite fruit? And stuff like that. My favorite fruit is actually not cherry, which I know is like a shocker. It's actually horrible of me to deceive you guys. But my favorite fruit is a mango. Like, I'm obsessed with mango. And honestly, I might just have mango after this stream. Like, I might just get it out of the freezer because I have like mango chunks in the freezer. Might see if I can make a little mini smoothie or even just sometimes take them out of the freezer, put them into the fridge so they kind of thaw out enough to just eat them like that. And so, yeah. Mango. Emmy mango, though. I don't know if that sounds... Emmy mango? Mango Emmy? It's just like, it doesn't have the same ring to it. So, yeah. Emmycherry it is. Emmycherry 4. For what, you may ask? And I still don't know. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Emmycherry 4. That's not even Elvis related, but you know what I mean. E-mango. I like that. E-mango. Like an e-girl, but an e-mango. Yeah. If I ever need to like restart my whole channel because I get fucking copyright struck for watching too much Germa, I'll make a new channel called E-mango. Yeah, Emmycherry 4 streaming. That's right. Oh gosh. But yeah, And yeah, as for the donation goal, there's no timer whatsoever, but it's just like whenever we hit that goal, I'll show you the drawing. Ta-da! And I'll also start the timer for the year of different outfits. So I'll like put down the date so I can know, because I do think I have enough clothes for a year's worth of different outfits, which is honestly obscene. I know it's obscene, but I felt like it might as well, those clothes might as well be put to good use. And also kind of like the ones that I end up wearing and not liking, or even not wearing at the end of the year, I can maybe donate those or something like that, because yeah, it seems like a nice enough thing to do. And I certainly wouldn't be hurting in a sense. So anyway, I'm not really in a rush, but if we do invite my friend over, I'll just put a pause on this and remember what we're up to, because right now I think it says 55, which is yeah, which is pretty decent. I don't want to forget that and start again from 0. So just stay tuned, guys. And so yeah, Air Knight has a joke here. So, what is a metaphor or saying for something done right in a timely manner, and also a movie star from yesteryear? Hint, the latter part of the answer is a non-alcoholic drink. Ooh. This is really going to test my intelligence. I have no idea. A non-alcoholic drink is like soda, water, tea. Something tea. Like quality or something like that. Punctuality. Oh, slowly but surely temple. I see. I like that. I've never had a Shirley Temple. What's in a Shirley Temple? I just know of the actual, like, you know, the actress and the character. Oh, isn't she cute? The drink. Oh, it's got ginger ale and a splash of grenadine, garnished with a maraschino cherry. Oh, and that looks so delightful. Look at this, guys. I need this in my life. The cherry just really makes it extra decadent. Tim, I love how you just answer milk. That's so funny. Ooh, bloody Shirley Temples. Oh, what is that? An injection that looks a bit like something else. This one looks good too. Oh gosh. I used to get them and Roy Rogers at restaurants as a kid. Roy Rogers. See, these are all drinks that I've never tried before. Whoops. Oh, that looks good. I don't drink Coke, but I feel like my dad would love this. With the cherry on top, of course. Yeah, it seems like it's a very dinery thing, you know? Like going to the diner and getting like a Shirley Temple or a Roy Rogers. I like saying that, Roy Rogers. It's kind of like... They sound yummy. And Dillong, it's been a while. I'm glad to see you. How come Indiana Jones has 5 films and he still hasn't found the treasure in your eyes? What a smooth talker you are. Welcome in. I'm kind of sad to say that we're basically at the end of the stream for today. And I feel like I have more stamina, but I'm so fucking sweaty that it's like counteracting that. Not like a poet or anything. What do you mean? You are a poet, my friend. Once I get my fan in, I'm hoping that my stamina will increase. Because holy shit, I've literally sweated through. It's like, at least when I'm wearing this jumper, you guys can't see the fucking sweat stains that I had last time when I was just wearing a t-shirt. And I was like, oh shit. So yeah, it says that we're starting ads in 30 seconds. So hopefully I can get this all sorted before you guys have to suffer through some ads. How do I do this? Let's see who's live and we'll send them some love and appreciation. Elmza, let's see. Lots of people. Imanex, Elu, Shads, Bitter Nymph. Yeah. Let's see Bitter Nymph who's on an 800 follower push. That sounds like a nice thing to do. And I love Stardew Valley, so There we go. Hopefully we can make it before the ads. A fan is a plus 25 stamina boost. Exactly right. And so, yeah, thank you guys so much. And for your wonderful and kind words today. You guys have been exceedingly sweet, even sweeter than the peach rings. And so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably at the same time. I'm not sure. Yeah, let's just say the same time for now, 8 p.m. And I will get some of the things that I need to get done. And we'll just start this year of hopefully fun, engaging streams as we go to the moon, guys. I'm going to chuck up the stream ending slide in just a sec. And yeah, feel free to use that little raid message. Thank you, Tim. That's very helpful. Copy and paste it if you like. And let's show all our love and appreciation to Bitter Nymph, who is on a follower push, an 800 follower push. I remember being there. And so I feel like it's a nice thing to do to kind of help out. So make sure you guys follow. I'll see you very soon. Enjoy the rest of your time zone wherever you are, and have a Shirley Temple. Hugs and kisses, cugs and hisses. Be well. I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah.